we're about to do this. See if we know anything about this game. Well, I got a grasp on the original, and I got a grasp on what changes have been made, mostly Skyrim related, that have been imported to kind of smooth out, make it less grindy, but also a lot more to think about on how you're going to level, because the game is going to scale around you. Essentially, the scaling is 1 through 4 is novice, 5 through 8 is apprentice, 9 through 12 is journeyman, 13 through 16 is expert. Once you get 16, 17, 18, then you're expert and master. Anything 17 on is going to be master. You still have some expert level enemies kind of holding out there once you get into 17, 18. But once you get 20, 25, except for like specified areas, everything's going to be master. So it's all Storm Atronax and Zivilahi and Uber Jamoras and Liches. And then there's like an extra Lich category. Anyway, so you get that stuff. Gloom Wraiths, etc., etc. Like, I think pretty much Scamps and Fire Atronax and shit like that is pretty much out the window at that point. You'll still see them maybe here and there in certain areas, but the leveled, scaled enemies will all be master level. So, and if you want to know what master level enemies you'll face, just look at master level spells. And pretty much that's it. Alright, so we're going to try Sword and Board. That's what it shows right here. It's the one thing I think I've only done once ever in the game, and that was probably over a decade ago. Damn near 2 decades ago, probably. And I don't even think it was a sword and board. I think it was a short sword and board type of thing. Light armor, glass shield, reflect, shield of reflection, I think. Reflect shield, mirror shield, that's what it was called. Anyway. But here, we'll try to take what we got from
I was born
Skyrim
27 years ago.
and incorporate it, try to make something of a Let's Play of it.
For 65 years, I've ruled as Tamriel's emperor. But for all these years, I've never been the ruler of my own dreams. I have seen the gates of Oblivion, beyond which no waking eye may see. Behold, in darkness,
this is still one of the most epic intros of ever. Seriously.
This is the 27th of last seed, the year of Akatosh 433. These are the closing days of the Third Era and the final hours of my life.
Dude, the detail in the background on the remaster, all those trees on the mountains and shit, they're actually there. Like, you can actually see them from here. That is, dude, the, what do you call it, level of detail, the load distance, if you will. So sick. You can even see, like, shrines. I think that's a Knights of the Nine shrine up there, I think. Ones with, like, the angel-looking statues. There's a couple of them that I've seen, but... Alright, the nitty-gritty. Alright, let's see. So, if we're going to go sword and board, there's a couple right off the top, like, kind of the obvious ones. So, you can go here, for example. You can open stats. So, what do you start with? Like, strength is huge. The endurance is huge. This is probably the best start. Um, it's not. It's real close. And you start with your blade is huge. Don't need to even make that a major necessarily. Block is bad. This would probably be better as a two-hander, I guess. Heavy armor's all right. That's pretty much about it. That's even worth anything. Right? Then you've got Orc. That's also, well, it's 45 strength. It's not 50, but it's 45. That's fine. Willpower's pretty high. Not something you would ever want to take Atronach sign with. Assuming you're going to include magic with your stuff, and if you don't, you're making things really, really hard on you. The block's good. The blade is garbage. The blunt's good. So you're supposed to use a hammer as an orc? Or a battle axe? I mean, that's pretty legit. That's cool. And then you've got Nord, right? Hold on, give me a second. You know what? Actually, before we really get into this, just give me 1 minute. All right. So we're going to look at two sides of this coin, right? Okay. We've got the obvious melee. Cool. With the Nord, you've got heavy armor, which is cool if that's what you're going to use. Blade and blunt. Kind of wasted. It'd be nice to have one or the other. Armor, that starts at 15. You don't need to necessarily make that a major to repair your magical stuff. And as long as you're wearing armor, that'll go up pretty quick. That's not a huge deal. None of your anything else. It's just heavy armor, blunt, or blade. And that's it. And your Intelligence, willpower, and person. Now, if you're taking Atronach, this isn't bad. Nord is not bad. Your intelligence is just really low. But if you took Atronach, okay, you would have the magic absorption effect, and you would have that 150 bonus magic. Personality isn't a huge thing. You can also go down here. And you can choose to make endurance lower, but then your willpower is higher. If you're taking Atronach, I wouldn't do that. I would take the huge endurance. That means you're going to have max hit points, especially with your strength like that. You're going to have max hit points by the time you're level basically 10 or 11. It doesn't get any better than that. Now you could forsake magic entirely, and then go like what is it? The lady or the warrior, I think, and those give you another 5-10 points. Then you can favorite endurance. You can start with your endurance at 60 or 65. I think it's 5 and is it 10? No, it's 10. It's 10 with the warrior. You could start with 60 strength, 60 endurance, and then favorite endurance, and probably at that point intelligence, just to get your magicka out of the hole, right? And you would have 60 strength, 65 endurance, and you would actually have 100 endurance by the time you're level 8. And that's pretty significant. That means you're going to have the biggest health pool available. Okay, that's on one side of the coin. But you could also do this. Now, your strength is really, really low, but your intelligence is up there. Your endurance is still good as an Altmer, and the agility's kind of wasted, but you can, well, the agility is still kind of wasted. I wouldn't take the speed. So your speed is low, probably not optimal, and then your skills don't give you anything towards any kind of combat at all. But you get a huge magic buff on pretty much everything, so a lot of that is cool. Now, honestly, it's better to take something that doesn't get all these magic buffs and then make a bunch of that magic stuff a favorite, so it automatically starts at 25, where it normally only start at like 5 or 10. So, like, that's probably the better way to go. So I think here, in this case, look at a Breton. Then here, your restoration, mysticism, probably don't have to start your mysticism as a major, because it'll start at 20. Your destruction is going to be shit. Probably make that a major. Your illusion starts at 15. You don't have to make that a major. Conjuration will start at 20. You have to work on it a little bit, but not much. So if you kept that a minor, that's cool. Honestly, I would make alteration a major. Breathing underwater, shield, like things like that. That's pretty cool. All right, so now your blade, any armor skill are going to just be garbage with this. But the thing is, you can now make those majors. Like Blade actually still levels relatively slowly. All right, so leveling, the thing about leveling is, if you level 3 times, you get to level 4. You level 4 times, you get to level 5. All of a sudden, the entire world around you scales up. If your combat skills, if your magic skills, if your summon skills, if your shit doesn't equal the world around you, you start as a novice, so does the world. If you're level 1, the world is level 1. Once you get to level 5, now everything's apprentice. If you don't have an apprentice summon, if you don't have apprentice magic skills, if you don't have apprentice skills across the board, you're going to be hard-pressed to actually function. Now, it's not that bad early, but once you get into Journeyman, once you get to about level 9 through 12, that's where the rubber meets the road. So if you're unprepared, if you don't have the stuff you need to have to fight, you're just going to get wrecked. You're going to start getting wrecked, and if you're trying to fight fire with fire, you can do it. If you know what you're doing, it's still hard to do. If you don't know what you're doing, you're going to get destroyed. Even if you've like cheated or cheesed a particular skill or something up to that point, the game is going to catch up to you, and it's going to make you pay for it. And if you're not prepared in other ways, basically knowing how the game works, then you're going to get destroyed. And it's going to become... Now, this is on master difficulty, so I'm not talking about anything else. If you play on anything lower than that's great. That's fine. Enjoy the game. Whatever. You can do whatever you want. There's no theory crafting. There's no build crafting. There's none of that. You don't have to. The game, you'll get through it, and that's fine. And you'll probably get through it convincingly with just about anything. That's okay. But if you want to actually be like pressed, challenged a little bit or whatever, and you decide to put it on master, which would be like basically the equivalent of max difficulty on the original Oblivion, then there's certain elements of the game that, unless you're like super, super, super familiar with the game, you pretty much have to incorporate. And that's pretty cool because the game is like, it's not forcing you, but it's encouraging you to incorporate all the aspects of the game to learn how everything works. Enchanting, spellcrafting, alchemy. That's pretty much your skill trees. Alchemy, you could call it rogue. Enchanting, you could call it warrior. And spellcrafting, you could call it mage. But everything works with everything. And you almost have to have it. Or else you're not going to kill anything. You're going to get destroyed. You're not going to have resources to manage anything. And you're just, it's just going to be miserable. So this is to kind of fine tune that. The reason I picked sword and board on this is because the longsword is basically the strongest basic melee weapon in the entire game. If you got a shield, you're going to block better. You're going to have more armor, period. And if you got a longsword, you basically have the highest DPS weapon of the game. Or you can do a mace. You could do like, a war axe, or you can do a mace. And that provides like slightly different bonuses. Basically now, and I don't think they really incorporated this necessarily from Skyrim either. I think it's just kind of a thing. If you do a power attack with a mace, eventually as you level up blunt, which is what a mace or a war axe. Maces and war axes are both blunt. I don't know if a war axe has slightly different stats than a mace. I don't think so. I think they're pretty much treated as the same weapon. Yeah, pretty much. I don't know. Maybe a war axe has a slightly different sneak modifier. Eventually, like 3 times instead of 2x type of thing or something. I don't know. Maybe. But outside of that, basically they're the same thing. They're both blunt weapons. If you level them up by using them, it's going to go towards blunt. Blade is blade. And blade gives you potential bleed, weakness to normal weapons. Your weapon will start doing more damage as you attack them. Every power attack will weaken them to your sword, so your sword does even more and more, and whatever. And if you have a huge stamina pool, then you can just power attack for days, So like that's a thing to think about. Thing about master difficulty is even if your strength is maxed and your blade is maxed, all of your damage is reduced by 80%. You're doing 1/5. It's basically a 1/5 modifier. On the original Oblivion, it was 1/6. So it's actually a little bit nerfed, a little bit better for you, a little bit buffed or whatever you want to call it. So your basic stuff is divided by 5 instead of 6. So now, if you got a sword that does 10 damage, you can do 2 damage. Before you had to have a sword that did 12 damage to do 2 basic damage, and then you had to incorporate enchantments and spells, buffing, debuffing, and then even summons using a particular element type to bridge the gap between normal and master. Normal and max difficulty, normal and master. Whatever it is, it's a bridge. It's a bridge you have to gap. So, or a gap you have to bridge. Whatever. You get what I'm saying. So, like, for example, if an enemy has 30 hit points and you're hitting them with a weapon that does, now we're just going to talk about the remaster. Like I said, in the original it was 12, now it's 10. So let's say you've got a sword that does 10. 10 damage, 10 base damage. Now you're hitting for 2. But the enemy you're attacking has at least a 50% armor rating. Even 25% armor rating. And they're knocking out at least a quarter to a half of your damage based on their heavy armor. If you're really, really early, a full armor set of iron, what is the armor rating? It's like 15. But it's still 15% of your 2 damage that you're bleeding through. So every, I'd say, 5th attack is only going to do 1 damage instead of 2. Like, you're doing basically nothing, right? So the idea with either Oblivion game is to be able to incorporate enchanting. This is why the Mages Guild is like the go-to. It's the thing you start with. You're going to incorporate weakness to a particular element type, then weakness to magic in general, and those stack. They actually stack. So if you hit somebody with weakness to, say, frost, or weakness to fire, weakness to magic. Then you hit them again, weakness to fire, weakness to magic. And both of those effects last like 3 seconds. And then you hit them with fire, it's going to hit them like 6 times harder. Now you've bridged that gap. Now you're not hitting them for 2, you're hitting them for whatever your weapon hits for, plus whatever element is on your weapon. So if you've got like 5 points of fire damage, you've got weakness to fire, weakness to magic, weakness to fire, weakness to magic, double debuffed, and then you hit them with fire, now they're like literally like 6 times weak to it. So if your fire is like 5 and your weapon damage is, I don't know, 10, you're still going to hit them for 2, but that 5 is going to be multiplied to where it hits for like a solid 5, maybe 10, maybe even 15. Especially if you put weakness to fire and weakness to magic on your weapon when you hit. The next time you hit, if the first 2 procs are there, the third proc is there, and that's just going to hit them for like a lot. I can't tell you exactly how much, but it's a lot. If you triple buff them twice, triple debuff them twice to that damage type, you're going to wreck their shit. You're going to melt an enemy. The cool thing about the longsword is it swings 3 times faster than a 2-hander. And it does almost the same amount of damage. But if you're proccing certain damage types, you can actually put the same stats on a longsword that you would on a dagger, and they will actually proc almost perfectly because you're swinging just a little bit slower. So let's say we're looking forward to what our build's going to be. Anytime you start a build, you need to know where you're going. If it's a new game, you have no idea what's going on. If it's a brand new game, all you can do is just go with guidelines and honestly win the DPS race. It's always don't just beat it, brutalize it. Kick as much ass as possible. If they're dead, they can't hurt you. That's always the philosophy. That's always my philosophy, and I don't go with anything else. And I do all right in these games on their whatever max difficulty setting they've got. So I'm not saying I'm an authority, but I know it works. I'll just say that. So anyway, so going in here, what you're looking at is, like, let's say at a particular level in Oblivion. Like, let's say Journeyman. Journeyman, what are primarily, you've got a few scamps left over from Apprentice level, and then you've got scamps in Journeyman level. They throw fireballs. Fire Atronachs throw fireballs. They're based on fire. If you get a random expert level enemy, it's probably going to be a Daedroth. What do? They spit fireballs. They're all fire based. So what do you want to go in there and fight them with? Ice. What the fuck? They're all weak to it. That's what you do. So once you get to between level 9 and 12, what do you want to have available? You either want a Ghost, which shoots ice balls, or you want a Frost Atronach, which shoots ice balls, and it's much more aggressive, and it's actually an expert level enemy. How do you get an expert level 13 through 16 level summons when you're only level anywhere between 6 through 12, right? You have to raise that skill. So if you can imagine an actual skill tree branching out in front of you, what are your skills and what can you summon and what can you actually do? I want to be able to do this by the time I get to this level. Because if I can only do this by the time I get to this level, me and the game are just, it's a battle of attrition. You don't want that. You want to be here by the time the game is here. You want to be here by the time the game is here. And by the time the game gets here, you want all the best shit so that you're so gangster as fuck that you're the grandmaster. You want to be the grandmaster at that point. That's the end game, obviously. But that's like level 20 to 25. So what you don't want to do is level up a bunch of irrelevant shit as you go along. So now all of a sudden you're level 6, and all the stuff that you actually need to use at level 6 is only like level 3. It was the same in the original, and you could micromanage your entire character in the original. Now, something they imported from Skyrim is that everything levels you. So you are going to level up uncontrollably to a point. You can decide what's major and you can decide what's minor, but bottom line is every time the skill upgrades just by you using it. Athletics, sneak, acrobatics, any kind of weapon skill, any type of magic skill, any type of anything, it's going to level you. Alchemy levels the shit out of you, 1. Conjuration levels the shit out of you equally, 2. And that makes sense. Conjuration is a summons that helps you. Every time you summon a summons, it levels you up 3 to 10 times more than any other skill on the map. And alchemy is kind of the same way. Anytime you upgrade your alchemy skill, it's going to level the shit out of you. But it's going to give you poisons, it's going to give you heals, and it's going to give you restorations in magicka, health, and whatever else. And all that stuff. So the things that help you the most are going to level you the most. Probably shouldn't make those majors. Probably shouldn't even favorite those unless you want that shit to start at a certain point and you're willing to level up a certain amount and you know you're going to be summoning the shit out of whatever your summons is, and that's going to be what levels you, and you probably pretty much just chill on everything else. That's not a mage, that's not a rogue, that's not a warrior. That's any character. Summons are pretty crucial. Alchemy is pretty crucial. If you try to do the game without either, I'm not saying it's not possible, but it's going to be miserable. I mean, that'd be a challenge run. But if you're just trying to play the game on the max difficulty and just do it, honestly, you need one or both of those things. I don't see any reason to not use them because the game is balanced with them. Anything else is a challenge run. That's not what we're doing here. We're just making a good character, or at least we're trying to. So keeping in mind that the races that start really low on the combat skills, but give you a lot of buffs on the magic stuff that you're going to need. Destruction is huge. Conjuration is huge. All right, so here, Conjuration is already at 15. That means that when you pick this race, your Conjuration starts at 20. If you can get out of the sewers without a summons, you can go straight to the Imperial City, find a basic Conjuration spell, and cast it until you hit 25. And now, all of a sudden, it's not a major, and it's not a favorited skill, including you, assuming you pick combat, or even stealth, right? Let's say I just want my sneak, and I want my light armor to build really, really fast. And I'll just let my combat shit roll, right? So then you probably make Blade a favorite. So it at least starts at 25. And then you make Light Armor a favorite. It'll level a little faster with Stealth. Honestly, you don't take a lot of hits on master difficulty, so it's kind of hard to train in these skills, right? So you're gonna need to like actually go get training in this stuff to actually like grind it until much later in the game when you can actually take a hit from a rat without dying in 3 shots. And then you can actually train in your light armor, you can train in your block and stuff like that later. But for right now, it's probably better to take a magic-based character that has some combat stuff, right? At least, well, even the Breton really doesn't have much. Like here, if you're going to take the Atronak to get a magic bonus, this is probably the worst class to start with because your willpower is already 50, and willpower is irrelevant because outside of like sword play, you can't regenerate magicka with the Atronak sign. But it gives you a huge magicka buff with a magicka bonus of 50. Now you go over here, you have a magicka bonus of 100. Now you're weaker, you're debuffed to the basic magic types. You're 25% weak to fire, frost, and shock. That's going to suck early on. But you get a huge intelligence buff, you get a magic bonus of 100, and then you get Atronak on top of that. And now your magic concerns are kind of irrelevant. Your speed isn't a huge deal. You can deal with that later. You could actually take the Sign of the Thief here. You could also take whatever. Now your strength is really low, so that's the first. Honestly, if I were to start this as a sword and board, why would you start an Altmer as a sword and board? Well, think about it. You get this huge magicka buff, so any summons is going to be available to you. Plus your destruction spells like debuffing an enemy, weakness to whatever element, weakness to magic, soul trap, right? Weakness to poison on a spell, and then put basically the same shit on your weapon. Weakness to, say, frost, weakness to magic, and then find a summons that does frost shit, and now you're golden. That means getting through the Mages Guild. That's the first thing you do, and you want to get through the Mages Guild in like 5 or 6 levels. You don't want to take 11 levels to do it, because then once you get to that point, you're past like even novice or even expert. You might as well just go master at that point. And now you're going to Kvatch at like level 15, 16, and then the entire game starts as master. And there's nothing wrong with that. Starting the entire game in master, meaning you're playing the game consistently with the highest level enemies that are available, and as long as you're prepared for it, as long as you've got your summons, your enchanting, and your spellcrafting all, and your alchemy all in line, you're golden. You can kill anything. And I think with a sword and board, you can kill everything. Even more so than a dagger, even more so than a bow, more so than a straight mage. Although, I don't know, man. Pure mage is pretty gangster, too. It's basically this without a primary weapon. It's this with a staff. And then all of your debuffs and all of your summons actually work with whatever staff type you're using. And it's like a similar approach, but different. Here, your long sword needs to act like your staff. And your shield, I don't know, it's just an extra thing to enchant. It's an extra bit of armor, it's an extra bit of defense, extra bit of spell absorption, extra bit of magicka fortification. It's all kinds of cool things. And it's definitely an extra bit of armor. So you've got that too. So that's pretty much what you're thinking about. So why am I talking more about a magic character going melee? That goes back to the original. Whatever you're trying to do, pick the opposite race. You know, if you're trying to be a mage, pick a fucking orc, or a red guard, or an ord, or whatever, you know. Now, armor is actually like the ideal for any class. It wasn't the original, and I think it's the same now, too. If you're going to go straight melee, you're still going to use magic, so fuck it. I mean, why not have as much of that as possible? Only downside is the willpower thing. Right? Here, but you get a better endurance bonus. So if you're going to go melee like this, cool. Now on the flip side, if you don't want the magic bonus, and you're just going to just go, I guess, I don't know, a melee type character and catch your magic up, the Atronach sign is still legit. I would say either Redguard seems the perfect if you're going to take the Atronach sign. But then, I don't know. You know, actually, you know what? I'd take that back. Take that back. I think they're about the same. Oh, you can choose person. You got strength here. Then you got Nord that has the endurance and the strength. Or you can take willpower, but no, honestly, I'd say if you're gonna go the Atronach route without any extra bonus, and honestly, if you're a primarily melee character, this isn't the worst thing. If you take Atronach, the willpower doesn't matter. It's the intelligence that you have to start working on. I would say leveling this character, this is probably the best start, because the willpower is really, really low. Unless you do that, but I'm not sacrificing the endurance. I'm going sword and board. So what I really want is the Atronach makes willpower less relevant. Don't really need to do anything with agility. Agility is actually kind of wasted. I'm surprised agility is 40 here. Agility's 40 on either one. Agility's 35 here. Still, the willpower is like super high. So that's kind of wasted with the orc. And the intelligence is really low, so this is like no magic. No magic at all. So here, the willpower is perfect, the intelligence is just way low. But it's the same with the Redguard. The difference here, let's see. Honestly, I think it's the same. Dude, these are identical stats. Let's see, what does the Nord get as a... I guess you get a higher person... No, it's lower personality. What does the Nord get? I think the Nord gets cold resistance. What does the Redguard get? What is the racial bonus? It should actually say. Oh, you get resistance to cold, or a resistance to disease and poison, which is almost irrelevant. There's not much that actually casts that at you. The Nords are a little bit taller, so you'll be moving a little bit faster. I don't know. Other than that, it's about the same. What do you guys think? You guys, give me a vote. Redguard or Nord? Because they're essentially the same thing. Nords get like it's either a 25 or 50% resistance to frost. I don't know if they brought in the Skyrim, which was 50. In the original, it was 25. Oblivion, not really sure. What do you guys want to see? Either way, they've got identical stats outside of that. And that shit is really not important, because we're still taking the Atronach, because these are not magical-based characters. So I either go a magical-based character and dump everything into combat and try to catch up, or I take a combat-related character that already starts maxed out in strength and endurance, and then take magic-based shit to catch up that stuff, which is more training and building stuff. So this is probably the better way to go. Sort of. Honestly, it's probably like apples and oranges, but whatever. Nord? Alright. I was going to say Redguard because the, honestly, I'm just thinking about it. Like, the Nord has a resistance to cold. If you resist cold instead of absorbing it, that takes away from your magical pool, but it's not significant enough to actually worry about. And the Nord is a little bit taller. I think Nords and Altmers are the two tallest races. Imperials, one of the Wood Elves, and the Bretons are the shortest. Everybody else is kind of in the middle. So you say Nord? Magic base and catch up. I don't know, man. If you look at the stats, the willpower is wasted here. I mean, it's not completely wasted. It counts towards stamina, so I'm not gonna lie. Like, that's pretty cool. Your endurance is shit. Speed and agility are shit. Agility isn't so important. Endurance is, and your strength is whatever. And it's kind of, so I don't know. Can you? Your strength is shit here. Your endurance is okay. Like these are kind of downplayed. I think with the remaster, having something that's related to what you're doing is better than it was before. Like if I was doing melee, I would go Altmer or Breton all day long because you had so much opportunity to develop all of your combat skills. Here, the higher your combat skills, actually the slower they develop and the slower they level you, right? So I agree. I agree either. Well, if you say Nord, we'll go Nord. Fuck it. I'll go Nord. The only reason I would have said this is the natural resistance to disease and poison. The hardy constitution is no different than the Nord. Honestly, the stats are identical if you look at them. You can exchange endurance for willpower, and here you can exchange endurance for personality. Okay, well, whatever. I'm not trying to be personable. I'm trying to kill everything. Right? I don't give a shit about being personal. Personable. That's for pussies. And the Nords and Redguards, by the way, I think are the two prettiest options you have. They're very similar. Obviously, one's a little darker, but other than that, like the two presets you have, I think Nords and we got to spend time in character creation because, well, just because. Alright, so look, we can fix. Let's see, her nose. So all we have to do is this. Shit. All we have to do is that. Like, literally, that's all we have to do. I don't know, maybe be a little bit taller. Okay. Let's get down here. Let's get those nostrils. Almost a perfect nose. Not sure about the eyes. I just remember, man, there's one Nord NPC in the game. Oh, dude, she's freaking, like, really pretty. I'm like, damn, somebody did a really good job on her. The eyebrows are nice. The forehead could probably... maybe? I don't know. There we go. That's a little more feminine, I think. Let's see. Eyes. Wow, so this doesn't really make them change, like, slanted one way or the other. This just determines where they sit in the face. Okay, so... Interesting. Let's see what's wrong. Alright, I see it. This whole face is going to change here in a second. Watch. I think. I love the heavy bottom lip. I love that. Dude, I really do. That works for me. Make that a little taller. Let's see. That up a little bit. Mouth that's affecting this entire face. Watch. When I change the mouth, you'll be like, holy shit. Watch, watch. You'll see what I'm saying. I think. I hope. Okay, stream. Okay. That was just too small. To be honest. That's a little better. Watch. When you change the mouth, it'd be like, oh my god, that's fantastic. All right, so we're gonna bring the nose up a little bit. Watch. Bring it up right about there. Okay, so now if you put your hand on the screen and cover the mouth, look at this. Look at the synergy with the eyes, the size, and the width. Although they could probably be a little bit smaller. Right about there. No, I don't know. Right about there. I like big eyes. I do like big doe eyes. Yeah, I'm a fan. All right, so now we got to work from the nose down. So I think the cheeks and the jaw and the chin work. The chin might actually, I think that actually might be able to come down even a little bit more. I don't know. You got to raise the mouth up. The mouth is going to make this face. I mean, the eyes are already good, sort of. Yeah, the eyes are good. All right, so now the mouth chin distance, you want to make that short. I think that's about perfect. I need overbite or underbite. We got to do something about that. We'll do that in a second. Yeah, sorry, man. I get lost in this shit. Hey, Frosty. Hey, what's up, man? Well, man, you know, homie, bromie that isn't from my homie, but I wish you were. Totally wish you were here. That'd be amazing. All right, let's see. Yeah, yeah. Estes started all this, so we're gonna just do a playthrough and put it on YouTube. That means we're committed to this playthrough. So I'm trying to make a character that actually looks cool, I guess, if you will. I'm actually spending a little time in it. I always spend time in this though, so yeah, that's pretty much the way it goes. Actually, you know what? I want the jaw to be wider. Oh, that's cool. There's nothing wrong with that. It's... Something's off. I mean, that profile right there is fantastic. So, like that. You know what? No, I take that back. Cancel. Stop that. Just a little bit of this. No. Yeah, right about there. What do you think? That's a good profile too, right? The eyes need to be in. A little bit deeper. Yeah, they need to be a little bit deeper. Not too much, just some. A little bit larger. I guess. All right, now let's try this. So we go here. Now eyes, I think if you're a Nord, I actually, these eyes are probably actually pretty good. I don't think there's anything wrong with them. That's ice blue for real, right? Wow, okay, that's really weird. Okay, that's really, really weird. I don't want black around there. Oh, that's pretty sadistic. I'm just saying. The possessed warrior from hell. All right, hold on. You got some really cool options here. I don't think I want a dark outline though. I'm not gonna say that looks like not cool. Pretty sure that looks pretty damn cool. I get somebody on YouTube saying, "Why didn't you keep the first one?" Oh, yeah, whatever. And you got that too. It's actually kind of cool. Hmm. Oh man. That's not a Nord though, right? Like I mean, I guess unless you're possessed or something, whatever. If a blind ancestor moth, you need to do that as a monk. That's how you roll your monk right there, hand to hand. I'm gonna kick your ass, even though I'm blind. That just seems kind of normal, though. That's not bad. See, all these are like you're supposed to look like. Okay, that's pretty damn creepy. I'm not gonna lie. That's like a cool kind of creepy. Dude, look at all these eye options. These are fantastic. Mm. See, I always lean towards shit like this because I just think it looks gangsters. Like, seriously. Where was that one? Next one. Was it what, like Khajiit eyes? I think it was those, man. I might actually roll with those. Just because I think it looks cool. I'm not sure what kind of eyes those are, to be honest. Let's see. Let's go back here. Let's go to this. Oh, you gotta have freckles. Oh, especially if you're Nord. Some freckles. Maybe a little more freckles. No. Yeah, some freckles. Dude, this is where it's gonna happen right here. I really like this hairstyle. I really do. It kind of fits, to be honest. I'm not gonna lie. For some reason. It's old school Oblivion right there. That's what we started with, I think. Dreads. Ponytail. Huh. You know what? I think I'm going with that. Oh, yeah, I'm digging that. Yeah, I think we found the right thing. Wish it was a little more filled out up here. I think we need to make the forehead smaller. Just a little bit. Shorter. A little bit. Well, I don't know. Maybe we don't, actually. This doesn't really matter, does it? Now we gotta figure out what to call her. I don't know, y'all cool with the eyes, or do we make the eyes like super gangster, sinister, nasty, badass, like, you know, that type of thing, right? She's kinda cool the way she is. Sort of. Let's look around a little bit. You know, that's no good. That's sinister as shit. Phaedra, Deathany Hawk. Yeah, right. I mean, we got good go-tos. We come up with some good shit over the years. That's straight vampire shit right there. Like, I don't plan on becoming a vampire on this one. Okay, so the entire eye socket is filled with that. No more characters. So like, I mean, that seems pretty legit too. It doesn't have to be like extra. I think we'll just go just north, right? Master of Cold, Great Fortitude, blah blah blah. Now here's the thing. Oh, beer time. Oh shit. All right, hold on. Do I have to slug this and go get another one? Oh shit. I'm not young anymore. Wow. Um. just going to kill everything, you're probably like a scourge, right? But we can make it sound like kind of Nordic. Scourgia. I think that's how you say it, right? Or would it be a Y? Would that be a Y? There's a character like that somewhere. Sciorta? Sciorta. Sciortia. Well, that just sounds like totally legit Nord, though. Sciorja. Ooh, hold on, man. I mean, that's how you pronounce it anyway. But it's supposed to have a J, though, right? It's just like supposed to have, even though you pronounce it as a Y. But I like the Y. It's got like sky in it too. Like that's pretty cool. I don't think I've ever seen that before. I've never seen it in a video game before, as far as I know. Unless I'm remembering something from my deep dark past 20 years ago, I don't really think I've ever seen that. Misery. Yeah, but I mean, it's not like Nord. You know what I mean? It's just not Nord. Like Misery would be like an Imperial. You know, just misery to everybody that's not an Imperial. You know, like Misery, Hitler, same thing. Fuck it. Okay, I know we've been at this for about an hour. I said I was going to spend at least an hour, if not two, in character creation. All right, so but we've got our race set. So let's recap exactly where we're at. We're thinking about the end from the beginning, like where are we going to be and what's the best path to get there, type of thing. Um, the really big issue here is our major skills. Like that's the biggest thing. That determines how we level and what we're going to focus on and what we need to buff early. And all right, so here I think intelligence is obviously a need. But if you've already got an advantage in strength, honestly, like the first, let's see, we only need 10 levels. No, we only need 9 levels. By level 10, we should have 100 endurance. That's a pretty stout health pool. And remember, strength, it also slightly increases your maximum health too. So having that higher early is good. I think we need to mix this up a little bit. Agility and speed aren't an issue because we don't have a major penalty. If we take the Atronach sign, willpower is going to be... it'd be nice to have a little more stamina, but you can't have everything. Like, this isn't Skyrim. You can't have everything. So, you know, some things are going to come up later rather than earlier. I think having a longsword rather than a two-hander is an advantage because it doesn't take quite as much stamina to use it, but stamina will still be an issue. I think I need a J in it somewhere. Well, maybe. But I just want it to be pronounced like that. I don't know. Just picture it with 2 J's and pronounce it the same way. I'm pretty sure that's how that goes. I don't know. I just like the idea of sky being in there. I just thought that was cool. All right. All right. So anyway, so what are we gonna favorite? I feel like stacking what you're best at and just emphasizing that. Any time you build a character in an RPG, you should be really good at one thing. Here you get to spread it around a little bit, but we'll take endurance. Whatever's highest, we'll take that. We'll probably make those favorites right out the chute. Except strength. I think when it asks us to pick two attributes that we think are favorite, I'm gonna go ahead and start buffing intelligence, and then every level after that. So this will start at 55. So it only takes 9 levels to get it to 100. The next 9 levels, we'll go like probably intelligence again the first time we level, and then we'll start alternating strength and intelligence, and the extra points. We can throw a couple into speed. Speed is not a penalty with Nords, which is amazing, actually. Speed is not a penalty, so this determines fatigue a little bit. That's not a huge penalty. Probably go, honestly, for like 5 levels, we'll probably, no, actually for like the first 9 or 10 levels, we'll probably go like 5 endurance, 5 intelligence, 2 willpower. 5 endurance, 5 strength, 2 willpower. 5 endurance, 5 intelligence, 2 willpower. 5 endurance, maybe even 5 more intelligence, because our strength is going to be good. That's going to cap off at 100. It's a carry weight and damage modifier. All right, it definitely has to do with long swords, which is what we're going to roll with. So we just kind of alternate, probably lean towards this. You want to get this up. Now, if we take Atronac, that's going to be a huge Modelo Especial. Oh, no shit. Oh, 24 ounce. Oh, oh shit. So you're on your 6th Modelo. Not your 3rd, you're on your 6th. Dude, those big bottles of the imports, man. Have you ever had a Victoria? A Victoria. I don't think they're 24. I think they're like 28 or 32 or something. Anyway, whatever. They're called Victoria, and they're a Mexican import. Dude, they're not dark, but they're not light. They're like right in the middle. They're really, really, really good. I like them. Anyway, I like them. If you haven't tried it, and if you see one, you might want to check it out, because I think it's yeah, it's really good beer. Modelos are great. If I had a 24-ounce Modelo, I would take a couple slices or a nice big thick slice of lemon in my Modelo. Like 24. This right here takes. This isn't quite a quart, so it doesn't take 32 ounces. This takes about 24 to 28 ounces. So like that Modelo you're drinking, I could probably fit it into this. And if I had this full of Modelo, I would take like a nice big like quarter lemon slice and drop it in there like you would do a lime with a Corona, but lemon with Modelo is oh my god, for some reason it works. It just works. Well, everybody's taste is different, so whatever. Anyway, back to this. Get off on beer. You know, like the scientific formula of a particular import with a particular citrus is, yeah, whatever. So that's how we'll probably level the first 10 times. We'll probably lean into intelligence, because that's where we're nerfed a little bit. So let's bring that up to par. The cool thing about intelligence is it doesn't stack, meaning that the higher your intelligence early doesn't mean you have a higher intelligence later. 70 points of intelligence is 140 magicka. That's it. So instead of starting with 100 magicka, we're starting with 60. You get it up there, you get it up there. It's like, it's no rush. You can do it early, you can do it later. It's not that big of a deal. Strength, I think, has something to do with your maximum health. So having that higher earlier is a good thing. But still, having extra magicka is always a good thing. So I'm not as big on. It's not that important to get strength up early. If you want maximum health, you get this to 100, and you get this to 100 right out the chute. You will have the highest health you could possibly have in the game, because they stack. In other words, 100 endurance at level 10 will mean you will have a higher endurance. You'll have higher health at level 20 than if you had 100 endurance at level 12. Your health will be slightly lower at level 20 because it stacks. In other words, and it's not retroactive, meaning that if you get more endurance later, it doesn't add the health that you should have had. So that's the one thing that you have to have as early as often as possible. So I always put 5 in endurance, and then I figure out what else I need. So the way Oblivion Remaster is, as opposed to the original, 10-ish, no, I'd like to get there around level, ideally, 6? Not ideally, 9? Ideally would be 6. That's where I'd like to get there. I don't know how much I have to really develop. I'm thinking about taking some magic stuff as majors, so that it start at least 25. So what you want is, you want a minimum of 25 in, like, bare minimum of 25 in destruction. Definitely, destruction is always a major. It's always a major regardless. Conjuration, it depends on how you want to do it. I'm not going to favor magic. I'm going to favor combat in this, so that my armor skill raises faster, because I plan on going heavy armor. I believe with my character, oh, I don't get a bonus to heavy armor, do I? What the fuck, bro? Dude, everything's 5? Okay, it's not showing me my bonuses. It's not showing me my bonuses. Racial bonuses. Okay, I'm pretty sure Nord has a bonus to heavy armor. And you get some bonus to blade and blunt, I believe. So, anyway. So, I don't think I need blade as a major skill. And I don't think I need heavy armor as a major skill. But I'm going to take it a favorited class. So any blade, any heavy armor, any armor, anything is going to level faster. I think I take armor as a major skill, because it starts at 25, which is cool. Even if I get a bonus, I don't really care. I want it to start at 25. Anything I have that's magical, I can repair it. In the original Oblivion, it was 50. You had to have 50 armor. So it was like strongly recommended that you start that as a major and then start grinding that as early as possible so you can repair your magical shit. Any staff, any weapon you've enchanted, any enchanted weapon that you pick up, and any enchanted piece of gear that you're wearing. Like, you have to be able to repair that. If not, you're going to be spending all your gold repairing your shit in between each mission, and you're going back to somebody that can repair it each time, spending all your money. So your dungeon crawling is less beneficial, and you're just being trolled by the game having to go back and repair your stuff. I take that as a major. Now, if I'm using any kind of armor and any kind of weapons, period, if you're playing a mage, you're not wearing any armor, and you're not using any weapons that degrade. You're using a staff, and you've got clothes. Those don't require repair. Honestly, armor is still not a bad one to take, but it will never level you, because you could spend 100 hours playing the game, and your armor from 25 would probably only get to like 30 after 100 hours. Like, you're not repairing anything unless you're cheesing and destroying a bunch of equipment and repairing it on the side, you're not leveling. Like, you don't want majors that don't level you at all either. You just want something you can control slightly. That's the balance here. You've got Skyrim leveling, which is everything levels you at least a little bit. And the major stuff like alchemy and conjuration, which I was talking about earlier, that levels you a lot. So you're going to use it, you have to use it. That should be where all your leveling comes from. And then, so you want majors that allow you to start with something that you're not only going to use, but you want to have it early. So if I pick combat as a major, there's certain magic stuff that levels you fast, but is also like super beneficial, like conjuration is a major one that levels fast already. It's not a bad major to pick so that you can get a summons early, and especially like this character without any bonus, you can get to the point where you summon something that's actually worth having. So here, if you start at 25, you can go get a ghost. While you're entering the Mages Guild, I think it's the dude at Coral, Athragar, I think his name is, or whatever. He sells like everything. He sells everything but a Storm Atronach. Like every single fucking summons you can actually imagine. So you get a ghost, and a ghost you can summon at 25. It will last you all the way through 50. So you grab that, and you summon that when you need it, and then once you finally get through the Mages Guild, you orchestrate your spells and your equipment to all use frost damage. And then you let your ghost own that shit. It worked on the last playthrough. And that was with a rogue. Really? Right? No, that was with the mage. No, that was with the mage. Anyway, we had a frost staff because we had to grind for like a day and a half to get it. We had a frost staff, and we had a ghost, and we had frost spells, and we lived all the way up till level, I don't know, what was it, like 12 or something with that. It worked. Like, that ghost will one-shot shit if you're using frost. We have if you don't know what I'm talking about, we'll wait till we get there. We have to get through the entire Mages Guild, just do all the little bullshit that they want you to do. Try to keep it as low level as possible. Just do the basic minimums. And then when we get into the Arcane University, we have, in order to enchant your shit with something, you have to be able to cast it. So you can't make a spell out of something that you can't even use. So you have to have certain minimal stuff, like we want a basic soul trap, because when you get through the entire Mages Guild, you're going to have like, I don't know, 50, 75 soul gems. You're going to want to fill them to recharge your dagger, in this case, your longsword, right? You're going to want to be able to recharge that stuff. So, anyway, we're definitely going to take armor because we're going to have a shield, we're going to have armor, we're going to be blocking, we're going to be doing shit. I hate that the block skill at 25 means that you don't damage your gear anymore, because you actually want to be able to repair your stuff. It doesn't level you that fast, but you want to be able to allow that to progress you throughout the rest of the game. You don't want to pick major skills that once you're done using them, you're not going to use them anymore, because then they're just flat skills. It's not like you're not going to use all your minor shit, but it's going to level you a whole lot slower. Once you get past Kvatch, honestly, if you shoot from like level 9 to 17, that's the best way to go. Because after that, all the gear that you get is actually worth having. You want an ebony or daedric sword, dagger, whatever, mace, just whatever. You want that stuff. So, you look at the physics. See the physics right there? Do you realize that they worked on Skyrim with Script Extender on Skyrim to make physics like this, and the only way you could do it is if you had a PC that the NSA could use. Like, seriously. Here, it's just native. It's just native to this engine. Isn't that fantastic? Look at all those sexy physics. All right, anyway. right, so anyway, so like the idea is by the end of the day, there's a lot of factors that you have to think about. Like, how's the world going to scale around you? How are you going to get your skills up without over leveling and out leveling the world around you? Which means that basically your skills are here and the world is here and it's fucking destroying you every 2 seconds. Right? That's the balance. Like, it's a DPS race. Actually, you know what, now, and they actually purified it. Because in OG Oblivion, your major skills leveled you, everything else didn't. So you could train something to 100 without ever leveling. And that was a little bit cheesy. Like, it was a flaw in the matrix, right? It was a glitch in the matrix. So here, anything you do will level you to some degree. The more important the skill, the more the skill benefits you, the more it's going to level you. So like alchemy and conjuration seem to be the two that are like the biggest culprits in leveling you. If you get your alchemy to 100, the world around you is probably going to be 12. God damn it, you better have some good potions and poisons because you don't have anything else. And the world is going to destroy you because you don't have any weapons, you don't have anything at that point because you put everything into that, right? And your best poison isn't going to do shit at that point because you really don't have anything to go along with it. I mean, you might get away with it for a minute, but the game is going to catch up with you. It's going to not only surpass you, but it's going to make you pay for it. And that's the beauty of the leveling system. They actually somehow made the original Oblivion leveling system, I'm not going to say better, but they made it different. So you have to approach it a different way, and it makes it fresh again. And you're talking about taking an RPG, which puts basically anything else you would call an RPG, Skyrim, Fallout 4, any other thing you might call an RPG, which isn't an RPG, it puts all that shit to shame. They not only took it, and they didn't fuck it up, they actually made it, not going to say better, they made it different. They made it fresh without screwing it up and without making it too easy. And that's dude, like, you're checking off a lot of boxes. Like, I would take this studio to actually just develop the next Elder Scrolls over Bethesda 100,000 times out of 10. Yeah, seriously. If Bethesda had done this remaster, this would be a piece of shit. Now that's a fact. That's a fact. I don't have to see it. I know it's a fact. They let a third party do it because a third party actually gives a fuck. And Bethesda stopped giving a fuck about 15 years ago when they made Skyrim. Because that's not an RPG. Now that's a fact. Anyway, let's all right, we'll talk about our major skills and stuff when we get there. First thing we're going to pick is a sign. And as far as a sign goes, I still think I'm taking Atronac because I just want the Magicka buff. Because what I'm weak in is Magicka. I don't have any Magicka. It's going to take 20 levels to get enough shit to actually cast a basic spell. And I want the Magicka buff now. Like, normally I would start with an Altmer, but then you've got a lot of combat stuff to make up for. Like, a lot of points in strength. Endurance isn't so bad with an Altmer, but you've got a lot of strength. I think there's there's something else. Anyway, that wouldn't have been a bad way to go too. Like Estes, like I was asking, like you said, well, you could take a magic-based character and just catch up. Here, I think we got the best of the best, and the one thing that Atronac doesn't really care about, which is willpower, is the lowest stat with this character, along with intelligence. Intelligence is the one downside. You only have to catch up with intelligence. Everything else is already over the top. Redguard would have been the same. It would have just been a slight different resistances. Other than that, it would have been identical. Although with the Nord is a little bit taller, so you move a little bit faster. So your 40 speed is like 43 speed. Your 60 speed is like 65 speed. But other than that, it's the same thing. I actually pictured Redguard when I made my sword and board, but we chose Nord, and that's not a bad choice. Totally good. We made a good-looking character. I think our Redguard would have been really pretty too, to be honest. But I don't know. I might actually raise the nose a little bit. We might do one slight alteration when we leave the sewers. I don't know. Is this all right, or do the eyes look a little bit high? Just, well, let's see what we look like actually in the game world.
Your skin is so pale, so pure, and your body is so strong. Let me guess, a Nord, right?
No, the eyes are good. Oh, the eyes are actually fantastic. Never mind. Forget I said anything. Forget I said anything.
It doesn't matter.
No,
Not in here.
That works for me.
It does no good to fight. But don't worry. The guards always treat the criminals nice. Right till the end. Oh,
dude, your Nord, they gave the Nord a different voice.
Here, Nord. Hey, you hear that? The guards are coming. For you.
Boris, lock that door behind us.
Dude, tell me the ponytail wasn't the best choice for a Nord. Tell me the ponytail wasn't just
we don't know
perfect.
The messenger only said they were attacked.
No, they're dead. I know it.
What's this prisoner doing here? This cell is supposed to be off limits.
Usual mix-up with the watch.
Never mind. Get that gate open. Stand back, prisoner.
Now,
We
I
won't
would say
hesitate to
on
kill
any
you if
other
you get in our
difficulty
way.
other than Master, you would...
Prisoner, stand aside. Over by the window. Stay out of the way and you won't get hurt. Prisoner, stand away from the door. Over by the window now.
Alright, so,
No sign of pursuit, sir.
any other
Stay put,
difficulty,
prisoner.
Good.
I
Let's
would not
go.
take the
We're
Atronach.
not out of this yet.
I would take,
You.
I would maximize the strength and endurance.
Let me see your
I'd
face.
probably take the warrior,
You are the one
make that
from
shit
my
60,
dreams.
and then favorite
Then
that shit and make that shit
stars were
65 and 65,
This is the day.
and then just deal with it.
Gods give me strength.
That means like literally within like 7, by the time you're level 8, your strength and your endurance could be 100. Like that's pretty significant. I'm not saying it would be bad here either, but for this difficulty, summons and the ability to cast basic debuff spells. You're not casting like, you don't cast an ice ball to do damage. You cast an ice ball so that the enemy is weaker to damage by 1, 2, 3, and even 600%, which is how you bridge the gap between master difficulty and normal difficulty. You want to be able to cast that spell, and then have a summons and be able to cast that as well, that's able to capitalize on whatever damage type you're actually using. Fire, frost, shock. It's pretty simple. I mean, it's not simple, but it's simple once you get it. Then it's simple.
Assassins attacked my sons, and I am next. My blades are leading me out of the city along a secret escape route. By chance, the entrance to that escape route leads through your cell.
Do we even use a bow? That's a question. Do we use a bow? Yes or no? Seriously. Do we even do that? Sword and board? I mean, there's nothing against having a bow as a backup, but... It doesn't sound right. It doesn't feel right. I don't think we should. Honestly, don't think we should. It's a great way to apply poison, but so is your sword, so...
Perhaps the gods have placed you here so that we may meet. As for what you have done, it does not matter.
Alright, so
That
I'm
is
just going to
not
go ahead and
what
say
you
this.
will
I don't think I'm going to
remember.
use a bow. We'll get by with minimal magic until we get to actually pick a sign. Then we'll deal
I
with
am
it
your
after that,
emperor,
but I don't think I'm
Loyal
using the
Septim.
bow. I'll use the bow
Grace of the
to,
gods,
like,
I
tutorial,
serve Tamriel
to
as
shoot
her
the
ruler.
bucket.
You are a citizen of Tamriel, and you too shall serve her in your own way.
don't think I necessarily need to. That's a good question.
So do we all. But what path can be avoided whose end is fixed by the almighty gods?
Do we use a bow?
Please, sire, we must keep moving.
I'm not gonna lie, I would marry this Nord right here. I would marry this Nord. I'm like, you're gangster, and if anybody tries to beat me up, you'll kill them just by looking at them.
Just stay out of our way.
Let's get married. Fuck it. Alright, so let's see. When do we get an actual longsword? I think we actually start with a mace. I don't think we get a longsword. Fuck, I don't remember. Alright, let's see. So let's go into magic. Woad. Shield on self. 30 armor rating? Oh, that's actually Woad. Dude, that's like some Norwegian, Celtic, Caucasian shit right there. That's what that sounds like. Alright, so we'll put that there. We'll put this here. The Nordic Frost? Really? What does that do? Alright, hold on a second. Frost damage on touch? Oh, it can only be used once a day. Dude, I don't think I've ever played a Nord. Apparently. If I have, then I didn't notice this shit. Can only be used once a day. You got 2 spells that can only be used once a day. Right, so how long does this last? Once. You can do it once. Shit. Okay, alright, hold on a second, man. I gotta think about this. I got flare, right? So I got a basic fireball. But holy shit. Dude, that's gangster as shit. Nordic Frost. You know what that sounds like? That sounds like an extreme death metal band. Nordic Frost. Yeah, like hyper satanic shit. Well, you gotta choose when you use this, don't you? Son of a bitch. Dude, 50 points. That kills anything in the sewers. It literally kills anything. Use it as a backup, I guess. Yeah, use it as a backup. You got a hyper shield, and you got a. Maybe this wasn't an original. I don't know that this was in the original Oblivion. I think I would remember something like that. We got 50% frost resistance. 50. Like that's. You don't really see frost until you're about level like 9 and better. But yeah, that's cool. We're gonna have really, really high hit points. So these rats are not gonna 2-shot us.
Close off left.
They'll 3-shot us instead.
The captain's down.
For the Emperor! For the Blades! And the Emperor! Are you all right, sire? We're clear for now.
Captain Reno?
She's dead. Sorry, sire, but we have to.
Nice. Finally gave him to me.
How could they be waiting for us here?
Don't know, but it's too late to go back now. Don't worry, sire. We will get you out of here.
They won't be the first to underestimate the Blades. I'll take point. Let's move.
You stay here, prisoner. Don't try to follow us.
Let's see what we got. We got a. Well, I got a longsword. Shit, I got a longsword. Fuck you. How about that? Magica is so low. I know how to get past the rats, bitch. I mean, we're going sword and board, so this is 100% legit. I found a sword. Now I just need a board. That's all. I just need a board. Yeah, I'm not going blunt. Oh, wow. Like I say, if we're going to use a bow, I guess we need to figure that out right now. Not using a dagger. We gotta... Yeah. You want to keep it like pure sword and board? So it'll be like this. I'm going to use pure sword and board, but if you wanted to use a bow, it has some advantages, obviously from distance, applying poison, doing certain things, blah, blah, blah. You don't have to get up close and personal. There's certain Dark Brotherhood quests that would strongly encourage using a bow. Like the Rose of Sithis, for example. Like that type of shit. But, wait a second. I don't think we need to. But I mean, you shouldn't take anything out of your arsenal if you're trying to build a character that's... I mean, sword, board, bow... It's, you know, it's just all the basics, I guess? I don't know, what are we doing, man? Are we going to use a bow? Bows are convenient sometimes, and other times they don't really matter. Club. There's a lot of little hidden shit here, man. Did get this, right? Are we using a bow or not? I don't know. Did we decide that? It's up to you guys. What do you think? Frosty, Estes, guys, everybody, ladies, blah, blah, blah. Did we use a bow? Just yay, nay? Sword, board, bow. Like, that's... I decided no. Alright, well, if you think I decided no, then I decided no. Alright, cool. I just did that for the tutorial, just to shoot the bucket, because it gives you a little message and all that, whatever. It has nothing to do with any enemies, so... Alright, cool. Alright, let's do this, then. I don't know what we put on our other side, though. Shit, we got room for another slot. I got poisons, I've got Restore Magica. If we don't have a bow on, like, the number 7 slot, then we can put, Oh, thanks. 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 We spent an hour on her. Maybe more than an hour. Whatever. Alright, so what I normally do, because this is most comfortable for me on my quick slots, it used to be the D-pad in the original Oblivion. Now it's the left bumper. Oh, wait. Sorry. Now it's the left stick. Alright. And then if you want to bring it up in actual gameplay, it's the left bumper. And then you can just, you know, pick your whatever. Normally what's most comfortable for me, the way I play, is to have, let's say I'm playing a rogue, for example, which I'm not. Let's say I'm playing a rogue. I would have my dagger in 3. I would have my bow in 7. I would have my summons in 1. And I would have my spell, whatever I'm casting to debuff, in 5. And then I have a basic heal in 8. In 2, it's either... a 2 will eventually be invisible. Over here I have my poisons from my melee, and I have Restore Magicka here. And if I'm using a bow, obviously poisons work for that too. So I can just like quickly go here and there. If I don't have anything in this slot, then I can put something. Shit, I don't know. I guess we'll figure it out. I'll find something that I want to put there, and then we'll just be like, oh, that works. That works. So now we gotta get a board involved with our sword. Hey, hold on a second. What? Hold on. What? Okay, never mind. Dude, that's some Dark Souls shit right there. When you go around and you're about to fight somebody in PvP, somebody invades you and you're like, Alright. Sorry. Okay, so I guess we need to get used to heavy armor, right? So you said no bow. There's no point in actually carrying this then. If we're not going to use it here, we'll figure it out. Okay, so this is... I'm not trying to make this a challenge run. I just don't think we really need a bow, except in a few situations in the game. If you want to use a bow with this build, use a bow. And deal with your marksman, and then maybe agility as a stat, blah, blah, blah. You know, a secret dagger that you got in your back pocket because you're a warrior, but sometimes you have to throw the assassin's dagger like in Dragon Age. That's all cool. And agility works for that. But here we're just primarily strength and, yeah, I mean, fuck it, really. Let's see. So we can just put that up. We can put this up too, but I want to sell it because... No, I actually don't want to sell that. Never mind, actually, I don't want to sell that. Problem is, yeah, we're going to have to find, like, an axe. I hate to say we're going to have to use it, but, there's no longsword in... Well, I don't know. I may be wrong. There might actually be a longsword. But as far as I know, it's all, clubs. supposed to help me, not run like a bitch. Alright, so this is what we're working with. Nice. Alright, I'll be back in a second. What time is it? I don't think my character actually looks like somebody. A actress? There's an actress similar something. I don't know. Whatever. Seems to work. Alright, okay, so let's start wearing this shit, just slowing ourselves down and just being clunky as fuck, and we're about as sneaky as a hammer hitting an anvil in an echo chamber. Yeah, that's about how sneaky we are now. So yeah, that's not gonna work out real well for us, but we'll get past it eventually. It's gonna be slow walking. But whatever. Yeah, we're not SAF, sneaky as F. We're SAA. We're NSAA, not sneaky at all. That's what we are. Nice. Eva Green? Ooh! Oh! No shit. Hold on a second. Oh, the eyes. The heavy eyelids. The heavy eyelids almost... Honestly, if her eyes were slanted just a little bit more outward and just a little bit heavier... No shit, right? Eva Green's sexy as fuck, too. I'm serious. Eva Green's... Okay. I'll go with that. Ooh, man, we should have named our character, like with some J's and Y's and shit, like Eva... Never mind. You know what? It's too late for that. No, it's probably not too late for that. Actually, I think we can actually go... There might actually be something we can do about the Eva Green. No shit. Dude, every time we take a step, man, we gotta get our sneak up. We're not gonna be able to sneak up on shit. We're gonna need a lot more stamina, too. I think Sword and Board needs stamina. We might actually put something in the willpower instead of... No, seriously, now that you say it, like, that's legit. Like, seriously. There is that thing. Man. Eva Green, what was it? Okay, so you had that movie, it was 300, right? And then you had the 300 sequel, and Eva Green played the, oh man, her backstory was the most brutal shit I've ever heard for a female character in a video game ever. Anyway, yeah, Eva Green, she played that character. Dude, she was so, man, and she dual wielded too, so she like had like the two short swords, the two daggers. Man, she was so gangster in that one. What was it called? It was 300 something. It was the 300 sequel, and it was done the same way. Honestly, I would say that that's one of the best sequels I've ever seen. Casino Royale. Is she in Casino Royale? Is she really? Okay, now I have to go watch it. Yeah, thanks, man. Don't know that I've seen it and I don't remember, but if she's in it, now I have to go watch it. See, this is how celebrities become celebrities, because they get talked about, and yeah, it's just gangster as shit. We're basically treating our fireballs like a bow. That's basically what we're doing here. Learn to save right here. We haven't saved yet. I'm gonna save right here. We actually made it this far without saving. That's Rise of Empire. Oh, there you go. Yeah. Dude, she's so gangster in that, but man, and her backstory just made her. She was like the victim villain type thing, and like man. Yeah. She had the most brutal backstory I think I've ever seen in a movie. Like it was just that. You know, the only historical comparison you could say with her backstory is Boudica. Boudica, who is actually an actual real historical figure. I don't know how much it was glamorized, but damn it, man, Boudica, however you want to say it, man. Oh man, she took on Rome by herself and said, "Fuck you! I'm enchanted. I'm more badass than you. I can kill you before you can kill me. All of you are dead." Like it was that. That is the most historically gangster shit I think I've ever seen in my life. Yeah, Boudica. You know what? Actually, my mom did she likes that Ancestry.com bullshit. She actually traced us back to Boudica, our family. I mean, it's like vague. It's like, you know, cousins of cousins of cousins, you know, that type of shit. But actually traced us back, and I'm like, my mother will never understand, but I'm like, that's the most RPG gangster shit I've ever heard in my life. Now, I want to play video games even more than I did before, if that's even possible. Thanks. Thanks for that. She would never understand exactly what I'm talking about, ever. But I thought it was pretty cool. I don't know. I don't even know if it's legit or not. If we're related or not, it doesn't matter. Just the idea that we might be? Shit. All right, you got me? You got me with that. I'm down. We're going to lose this axe. I mean, this katana. We're gonna lose it. And then we don't have shit when we get it. Well, that's a rusty iron. I don't wear helmets in games. Unless you got a hide helmet option. Oh, I got a rusty iron shield, though. Alright, okay, that might work. That counts as heavy armor instead of light armor. And that's what I guess we're going for. It's not actually showing me what my bonuses are here. No, it actually, no, I take that back. Actually, it is. It's showing me that my heavy armor starts at 15. Okay, so that's good. Light armor starts at, what, 5? So that's... I mean, that wouldn't actually be bad. Light armor. I like the idea of light armor warriors, in a way. But we're going to go Dragon Age 2 with it. So we're just going to go heavy armor. Alright, cool. Yeah, it actually is showing our bonuses. Blade's already at 17. It'll probably be close to 20 by the time we're done. So we don't have to make that a major. We just make it a favorite. We'll favorite combat, which is armor. Yeah, which starts at 10. It means we have a 5 bonus for armor. Nothing towards athletics. I'm guessing we have a 5 bonus towards block because we probably raised that a couple times. Got a 15 bonus towards blunt. Huh. So 15 bonus only counts towards 10? It only counts as 10. Well, that's kind of stupid. So it's not actually a 15 bonus. It's a 10 bonus. Everything starts at 5. So if it was a 15 bonus, this should be at 20. And this should be at 20. And this should be at 20. Now, if you favorite a particular class, everything gets a plus 5 bonus. So that will be at 20. This will be at 22. This will be at, hopefully, 18, unless it resets. This will be at 20. All right, never mind. That's close enough. You know what? This will be at 20 anyway. I don't have to make that a major skill. This will be at 15. I'm still going to make that a major skill. I'm still going to. Yeah, absolutely. All this shit will stay at 5, though. So all this stuff is worthy of making 25. So honestly, if we favorite combat, the only thing... Where's heavy armor start? It's going to be at 20. The only thing I need to make major skills are the shit that I'm going to use, but has no bonus at all. All this shit is already going to have a bonus. This will be at 20. I'm not going to use it. This will be at 18. At the worst, 15. Right? I'm guessing we keep the progress on our minor skills. So armor, blade, block, blunt, heavy armor, hand-to-hand, actually. Let's see, there's 7 of them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I only see 6. See, the warrior class gives you favored it. It's 1. Oh, athletics might actually get a plus 5. Might be. It won't be acrobatics. It'll be athletics. It'll be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. It's actually the first 7. These are all, that's all warrior stuff. And then alchemy, alteration, oh, this is, yeah, that's all mage stuff. Oh, I see, they actually separated it. And then acrobatics, yeah, this is all rogue stuff. Oh, cool. All right, so we'll get +5 to all this if we favored it as combat stuff. So this would be 15. I'll make that a major. So that's going to be 25. Actually, we get a +5 to it, so that's going to start at 30, which is good. This will start at 22. We don't have to make that a major. This will start at 18. Do we make that a major? I mean, it's kind of what we're relying on. No shit. I think we do. I think we make this a major. I don't know that we make Blade a major, though. I'm not sure about that. That's going to start at 22. We'll be right there at 25. It won't be a major, but it'll be favorited, so it will still level faster. That'll start at 22. So we make... That'd be 1, 2. We got seven skills to major. Armor, we'll constantly be using that. Although this will slow down, but it'll still level up. Because we're wearing heavy armor and we have weapons. Right? So that'll... Yeah, we make this a major. We make this a major. That's 2. Let's see. I say 3. I say Conjuration. Honestly, you're going to use it all the time, but I say start it high. 3. That's a 20-point buff. You're not going to get that anywhere else. It's going to take you a long time to get that to 25. You're going to level up a lot doing it. If you started at 25, you don't have to level it at all. So I definitely take this. All right, so... do we take heavy armor? That's going to start at 20. I don't think you have to take that either. So I say armor, block, 1, 2... 3, 4... 5. Fuck it. I don't think I need anything from the rogue tree. I don't need anything from the rogue tree. Oh, this is a fantastic start. Oh, this is fantastic. All right, so 1. We got 7 skills, which we're gonna make major. Armor. I'm actually gonna write this down because this is perfect. I'm seeing through the ether right now. Armor, that's 1. Block, that's 2. I don't think we need blade. We don't. Alteration. That'll allow us water breathing, shield spells, conjuration. That'll allow us to cast immediately. We'll start with a skeleton. Skelly Bro is gangster. And we're probably... I don't know. We'll see what happens. All right. Destruction. This is probably the best start I can come up with. Okay, now illusion, if you want invisibility. Invisibility is good for, like, a shit ton of things. You're going to use it all the time. You're going to use it all the time. Now, mysticism, that's the thing. You want Soul Trap. You can either grind this out and level it up or whatever. And then you got Restoration, which is self-heal. Or you can just level that up. Eventually. I think that's after Kvatch, personally. But it's something you're always going to use. I think this is the one skill that we have to grind. We have to get it to 25. We just have to get it to 25. It requires leveling it at 20 times. The cool thing about mysticism, it only levels you like this much. It's one of the weakest of the skills in that particular school, so I say we go restoration too. Armor, block, alteration, conjuration, destruction, illusion, restoration. The only one of these that won't be used a whole lot will be alteration. But casting shield spells on yourself, cool. If you want to self-enchant, it's cool. It's great for water breathing. It's great for stuff. So water breathing, feather. Feather is cool. Although you're playing a strength character. I don't think you're going to need feather that much. Like every point of strength is like 5 points of carry weight. So if you got strength plus 5, you've got 25 pounds that you can carry. Or units of weight, whatever. Like if it says 1, that means 1 pound, 1 unit of weight. Every point of strength is 5 units of weight. 5 points of strength is 25. 10 points of strength is 50. So like we've got 50 points of strength. Our carry weight starts at, I don't know what the fuck. It's like it's kind of stupid actually. Let's see, it's 250 right now. So yeah, that's just gonna go up. We don't really need feather. So we could take something else. No, I want the water breathing. I want the feather. I want the shield ability. You can cast shield on yourself. And we're going like, what do you call it? Spell sword, whatever, sword and board, like warrior, mage, whatever. Magic is always involved, so. I'm just wondering if we should take an axe. I don't want to artificially inflate the blunt skill. I'm not looking for extra levels. I just think we're about to lose our sword. And if we take a short sword, that's oh shit. The short sword is still blade. Still blade. That's a good point. Still blade. And it's not tied to agility either. I mean, it's an agility weapon. Although if you use it, we'll go hand to hand. Fuck it. I'll take hand to hand over that. Hand to hand is a strength skill. Yeah, I'll take that. That'll work for me. Yeah, I'm sorry. A rat just hit us like 3 or 4 times and we lost 10% of our health. Tell me sword and board is the most gangster shit you ever saw ever. No, yeah, no, I know. Yeah, I mean, like, alteration is water breathing, shield, feather. Like, there's not a single thing under alteration that you don't use. So, yeah, that's definitely a thing. And block with a shield apparently is just stupid. I don't know. I'd still like to run this game with a two-hander because I just have an affinity for two-handers, even though they're weaker and they're worse. They're just so cool that, I mean, how do you just not do that sometimes? You actually hear the clinking of the armor in the background? That tells you how sneaky you are. You're not sneaky at all. Everybody hears you coming. Like, everybody. So this is why I don't make Blade a major on this. It's good enough that it's a favorited major skill set. You got Warrior, you got Mage, and you got Rogue, which is 100% RPG. Like that's golden. The problem is if you like invest a lot in speed, once you get that heavy armor perk, that your armor no longer encumbers you. Then your speed is going to take off. So let's say you get your speed up to 70 because you're encumbered by your heavy armor, and you're not slow, but you're not fast. And then all of a sudden you hit that 100 mark in your heavy armor, and your 70 speed kicks in, and now you're so fast. As soon as you move forward, you like run past the entire fight. Like seriously, you're just like out of control. You're going from like 500 miles an hour to 10 billion miles an hour instantly. Yeah. Got to be careful of that too. I would just assume that heavy armor is just going to be heavy. So, you know, I'll invest into speed, but honestly, I think anything past 60 or 70 is just so stupid fast that it's enough. Like, you don't need to be any faster than that. It's all good. Gotta be really slow. We're in heavy armor, so like we gotta be really slow. Filters, and then you can go to damage fatigue. Hold on, let me. Oh, we didn't get the thing from the zombie. Oh, my bad. Shit. It was like a mort flesh. But, you can look at the, whatever the attack damage is. I think it actually shows it. 2 times. Poison takes care of the rest. Beautiful. Alright, Alright, so what do you actually do with this dude? So, like, I usually use a bow to trigger the tripwire. You can't use a fireball to do it, which kind of sucks. At least I don't think you can, unless you aim it just right, maybe. I don't know. Well, maybe you can. Pretty sure you can. Yeah, see, if you trigger the tripwire, it kills that thing instantly. It's great to have a bow. And it's almost beer 30. Should I guess we just hit this dude with fireballs and use our shield? Okay, well, I've never successfully done that before. This is the first time I've ever played Sword and Board. Ever in this game. Well, I mean, I did a short sword and shield rogue type, but it evolved that way. It just didn't, I didn't start that way. It just evolved that way. Dude, look at our health regen. Oh, that's so sick. That's a Skyrim thing. Yeah, I think speed is still going to be a thing. But honestly, heavy armor skill is going to be a more important thing. To be honest. Alright. Honestly, the one thing I would pick with this build is a backup dagger. Not a backup bow, but an actual backup dagger. Like, in case you just wanted to take somebody out, like, real quick and silent, backup dagger would be cool. It still follows the same principles of the game, but... Yeah, so do I take the mace? I think I take the mace. Because I think I'm going to lose my weapon. And I want at least something to fight with. No, I was going to go hand to hand, right? Yeah, we're just gonna punch somebody in the face. Alright, well, that's cool. Alright, I'm going to go hand to hand. I'm gonna lose on my blade. There is no long sword available, I don't think, at all, so... Alright. Yeah, fuck it. Guess I don't need that either. It's not worth selling. Okay, cool. Whatever. I'll take it. Alright, let's go. Fantastic. I hope it lets me upload this to YouTube. Dude, I think we can box with some of these assholes. I don't think we need to waste all our poisons either. Excuse me. Shit. damn it. Get wrecked, ho. Get wrecked. Alright, so now I have a couple extra poisons. I actually survived that. Even though I had to suck down half of my shit, I still survived that. I'll take that as a win. Correct. I told you this was by far the most gangster class you can start in this. I don't know, in the OG Oblivion, it might have been similar, to be honest. There's probably something to be said for that. Come on, man. Look at that health bar, man. Get wrecked. I want to see what this looks like. That's all of our enemies. Watch this shit. Watch this. I think we can one-shot this bitch with this. All right, hold on a second. Let me see. Let me just there we go. I don't know if we can sneak up on her, but I think we can one-shot her with this. I think this only works, like, right now. Okay, so, like, we're gonna hit her for 50. It says this is worth 50 points of damage. If she has more than 5 hit points, it's not gonna work. But we can see. We hit her for 50. Okay, we're playing, like we're level 1. We hit her for 50. How much damage did it do? It did 5. That means she had about 12 to 15 hit points, right? And that's how the scaling works. Like I said, your base damage doesn't really matter that much. We take that though. Get a repair hammer. Oh, we got a longsword. Oh, shit. All right. Okay, that works. That's fantastic. Okay. Well, okay, that's an entirely different ball game. All right, let's see. It only does half the damage, but hey, it is what it is. We're gonna lose that katana, so that's it. That's all. Let's see. Repair hammers. I don't know. I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna wait on that. This is the only time I think I've ever actually run through this where I can just kind of charge somebody and just get away with it. Like honestly, on any other class that you're gonna play, if you're here on max difficulty, you're just gonna get wrecked. Like you got to be like super careful, hang back, try to kite enemies out one at a time. Whatever. And here it's just been this is easy peasy. Once again, I will now this just confirms this is the strongest build you can actually play. And I'm not sure about the original Oblivion on max difficulty, but this, yeah, it's about as good as it gets. I think I need to refill my beer. What time is it? It's only 5 o'clock in the morning. Are you fucking kidding me?
I think that was all of them.
Time. You know what? I'm off today, and I've already got my clothes washed for my next couple shifts. So, you know what? I don't have to get off in the next 30 minutes to an hour.
Be working with the
I don't have to.
No, she is not one of them. She can help us. She must help us.
As you wish, sire.
Come closer. I'd prefer not to have to shout. They cannot
The Emperor is so cool.
understand why
Yeah, we
I
can stay up
trust
for another hour or two.
They've not seen
Maybe
what
3.
I've seen.
That's kind of
How
pushing
can I
it, but
explain?
all right, we'll see.
Listen, you know the Nine, how they guide our fates with an invisible hand.
turn with the gods, plural.
I've served
I'm not on turn with any gods. No, that's actually that's like the go-to. I'm not on good terms with any gods.
Sparks, each a fire,
Woke people believe in gods.
A sign. I know these
Science,
stars well,
aliens,
and I wonder
Satan's
which sign
asshole.
marked your birth.
That's their gods. I have no point. All right, so like, what's like melee? So like, what is this? Strength and endurance plus 10 points. I mean, that's legitimate. That just gets you closer to that point. But I think the ability to cast spells that debuff your enemies and the ability to cast a summons that also exploits your debuffs. So if you make an enemy weak to a certain damage type, and then make them weak to magic, they're going to be doubly weak to anything magical, including that damage type. And then you have a summons that uses that particular damage type, they're going to hit 3 to 6 times as hard. And they are not they're not hindered by the damage scaling. So when, like, if you hit for 10, you only hit for 2. If your summons hits for 10, it hits for 10. So if you got a simple ghost throwing a snowball, but you've made an enemy weak to frost twice and weak to magic twice, so they're double debuffed. So you've got anywhere between a 4 to 6 times debuff, and their snowball hits for 20. That snowball's going to hit for 120. There's not a lot of enemies that have that many hit points. And the ones that do, if you do that once, you're going to hurt them. If you do that twice, you're going to destroy them. And you're talking master level shit at that point. With a ghost, you could theoretically do that. That's how you bridge that gap. Once we get through all the Mages Guild stuff, we'll go through it when we enchant our sword, when we craft our spell, and then when we choose our summons. And we're going to make everything have synergy with everything. So, anyway, I just want the ability to cast those spells. The problem is, it's a 150 point magic buff. If you're playing an Altmer, that's 250 points on top of your intelligence that you start with. You literally start with 350 magicka. Here, we're going to start with 210 magicka. But we can increase our intelligence. We can do something about that. Some 4 to 5 magicka on some of our heavy armor would probably help in the long run, right? And the higher you get your skills, like your conjuration skills, you get a conjuration skill to 75, and what used to cost 300 to cast now only costs 100. So, and what used to cost 50 to cast now only costs like 3 to cast. So, like, you know, you've got that advantage too. Anyway, we want magicka, mainly for our summons. Like, that's the most important part. Plus, to have some magicka to actually grind out a skill or two if we have to do that. So, yeah. Anyway, that's what I'm taking here. Even though we're a melee combat character, our endurance and strength they're pretty high. Now, could we amplify that and we can make our endurance like 65 here. So honestly, by the time we're level 8, we would have max endurance. That would be the way to do that. But you're going to have a hard time casting any kind of spell or having any kind of summons that can actually help you. That's the downside to that. I don't think the extra strength and endurance early, it's a few extra hit points is what you're sacrificing here, but you're allowing yourself to actually be able to cast what you need to cast from here on out. And you can actually buff your magicka or your alchemy a little bit by creating magicka regen potions for yourself. Right? So that's a thing too.
No trophies of my triumphs precede me, but I have lived well, and my ghost shall rest easy. Men are but flesh and blood. They know their doom, but not the hour. In this, I am blessed to see the hour of my death, to face my apportioned fate, then fall. My dreams grant me no opinions of success. Their compass ventures not beyond the doors of death. But in your face, I behold the sun's companion. The dawn of Akatosh's bright glory may banish the coming darkness. With such hope, and with the promise of your aid, my heart must be satisfied.
Dude, this is the most noble motherfucker you ever see in a video game, like, ever. This is what it means to be an emperor. You know you're of the dragon blood, and you're about to die, and shit's about to go down. And you're just, like, so copacetic about it. Damn, bro. Like, how do I be like you?
I go to my grave.
How do I accept this shit on that level?
And all the music calls me.
Like, super
you
wise.
shall follow me yet for a while. Then we must part.
Dude, he's like taking his death in stride. If you're gonna be gangster about it, he's just gonna walk ahead
make yourself
first.
useful. Here, carry this torch and stick close.
I'm about to die, so I'm just gonna go ahead and walk ahead. I'm about to die. Nothing's gonna change that, but I'm not gonna be a bitch about it, so I'm just gonna go first. Hopefully if I die first, you can kill everybody who kills me, because fuck them. That's some gangster shit. That is gangster shit. Just saying, nothing's changed since the original, but yeah, man, the Emperor is just, he's so badass. There's not a lot of words for it.
You'll be all right.
Seriously. Take that. I can sell that. I mean, I'll take that. I mean, sell that. I mean, got one chest here. There's another chest down there, I think. Should be a chest, right?
You thought we'd go down and protect the Emperor!
I'm wrong. Yeah, we don't want to be wasting magicka now. Now, since we took the Atronach, it's going to start costing us. Like, every spell you cast now is just... Yeah, it's,
Prisoner, the Emperor needs help.
There we go. That's something else. There it is. That's the chest I was talking about. Alright, so if we do run out of magicka, at least we're not instantly, like, one or two shotted by anybody.
I don't like this.
Shields are, like, exceptionally effective in the remaster. I don't know, like, I never really went for sword and board in the original either. I really actually didn't. So it could have been, like, equally as legit. I just used a shield with a short sword in one of my early playthroughs just because I thought you were kind of supposed to. I don't know, I guess I was pretty stupid, naive at the time, but...
Let's go!
Not mine. This sword actually looks pretty legit. For a basic sword, that's pretty cool. Dude, the third person animations are fantastic. Yeah, I need more stamina. Yeah, you eventually get a combo where you're like right, left, right, spin, thrust, or some shit like that. Like it's actually pretty cool. I don't know what. I guess it just the animations get better as you level up your blade skill.
Wait here, sire.
Wait here with the Emperor. Guard him with your life.
Die, you!
For the Emperor! Oblivion take you.
I can go no further. You alone must stand against the Prince of Destruction and his mortal servants. He must not have the Amulet of Kings. Take the amulet, give it to Joffrey. He alone knows where to find my last son. Find him and close shut the jaws of Oblivion.
Dude, that is a sick ass kill cam, man.
Bad day to take up with the cause of the symptoms.
Bitch.
No. Talos, save us.
We failed. I failed.
Here's the most
The blades
important
are
part
sworn
of the
to
game.
protect the Emperor now.
Start to
Keep
finish.
all
This
his
is
heirs.
where you decide this shit.
The
I
amulet.
think we
Where's the
already
amulet of
pretty
the
much
king? It
decided,
wasn't on the Emperor's body.
but we'll talk about why we're doing it, as we're doing it, and
Strange.
make it a thing.
He saw something in you. Trusted you.
Now, what
They say it's the
actually
dragon blood that flows.
figuring
through the veins
in
of every
is
cell.
all the Skyrim
They see more than
imports.
lesser men.
The difference
The
is,
amulet of kings
in
is
the
a sacred
original,
symbol
your
of
major
power.
skills leveled you,
Most
everything
people have
else
the red
did
dragon
not.
crown, but that's
So
just
if you
jewelry.
picked a bunch of majors
The
that you
amulet has
used
power.
when you wanted
Only the
to,
true heir of the blood can
and
wear
made
it.
minors
He must have
skills
given it to you
that
for a
you
reason.
had to
Can you
use,
say why?
you know, like if you're using a blade and you're using sneak and you're using lock picking and this and that and blah blah blah, you can make all that minor skills, and you could train those when you wanted to. So like, let's say you were running a rogue with a dagger, right? So that's blade. That was blade in the original, and now it's agility. So they kind of switched it up a little bit, but in the original, blade, blunt were strength things. So when you leveled, if you wanted to raise your strength attribute by 5, you had to level your blade, blunt, or hand-to-hand by a total of 10 to raise your attribute by 5 when you slept, which means when you leveled. You only leveled when all of your major skills equaled 10. That leveled you. So if you wanted to raise your strength stuff, you just didn't make any of your major skills strength stuff. So you kept it all minor, which means it was minimal, and meaning that you could raise it faster and more often. So like if you had something you were going to use all the time, you didn't want to start that shit at 25, you wanted to start it at 5, which means you could raise it 95 times towards a particular attribute. Meaning if my blade started at 5, I kept that as a minor skill, and then every time I wanted to raise my strength, I would just go out with a dagger and attack something until I raised it 10 times, and then I could raise my strength by 5. And then I would go out and do something else until I could raise my endurance by 5, which was armor, heavy armor, and something else. Anyway, those were endurance related skills. So I'd go raise those a total of 10 times. And then my major skill, let's say, was, I don't know, fucking anything, really. Anything that I didn't have to use in my regular gameplay. So like, what's it called? It's not mercantile, it's persuasion. Like persuasion, something like mysticism. you could find a mysticism spell and then make that a major skill. And mysticism might be something that you wanted to level up. So you would level up skills related to strength and level up skills related to endurance. And then mysticism, I think, is intelligence. Pretty sure it's intelligence or willpower. Anyway, and then you would go find a mysticism spell and you would raise that 10 times. But because it was a major skill, as soon as you raised it 10 times, you could go sleep. And once you went and slept, you could raise that particular attribute 5 times. Then you could raise endurance 5 times because you trained in armor, heavy armor, or block. Block was the other endurance skill, right? You trained in those a total of 10 times. And then you trained in strength a total of 10 times. And then you raised your major skill, which was persuasion, 10 times. Or you raised your mysticism 10 times. And that would actually allow you to raise intelligence 5, and then endurance 5, and then strength 5 when you leveled. So you had to like really grind and min-max that and keep track of what skills were increasing and which attributes those were associated with, so that when you leveled, you could efficiently level. It was grindy. It was a mini game in the game. So I'm not saying it's bad. It was just it was what it was. It was different. No other RPG actually does it that way. The only thing close to that was Dragon's Dogma. Dragon's Dogma with the XP and the you had XP which leveled you, and you had, I don't remember what it's called, but basically skill points which raised your skills. And certain things gave you more skill points based on kills than they did XP. So like the lower the XP on an enemy, the higher the skill points relative to the XP that you would actually gain, if that makes sense. So let's say you killed, in Dragon's Dogma, you killed an ogre. An ogre would be worth 1,000 XP, but it would give you like 10 or maybe 30 skill points. But you could kill a wolf, which would give you 5 XP, but it would give you like 2 skill points. So if you killed 1,000 wolves, it would give you 200 skill points. Talent points. There was another name for it, but anyway, it was. This is the basic principle. If you killed an ogre, you get 10,000 XP, and it would level you, but it would only give you like 100 points towards actually developing your skills. Whereas if you killed a wolf, it would only give you 5 XP, but it would give you 2 points towards developing your skills. Which means if you got 30,000 fucking points worth of wolves, you would get like, I don't know, 15,000 points towards your actual abilities. Whereas if you killed 2 ogres, you would get 60,000 XP, but you'd only get like 50 points towards your skills. Meaning that the game would outscale you exponentially, like 100 to 1. But if you found the right enemy to farm, so it was like kind of an MMO mentality. If you found the right enemy to farm, you would get more. You would get like a 3 to 2 instead of 100 to 1 ratio, depending on what you were doing. So it's similar. It's different, but it's similar. So Dragon's Dogma and Oblivion had the most unique leveling systems of any RPGs probably ever. And they were open world, first, third person, open world, beautiful, dynamic RPGs, right? So now what this remaster did was it brought in some Skyrim things without nerfing and making vanilla and watering down and making woke fucking garbage stupid. Oblivion. Oblivion still has the same mechanics, but now everything levels you. So you don't have a choice between major levels you, minors don't. Now everything levels you to a certain extent. And so you can balance your leveling a little bit, but you don't have like absolute control. You can't say, I'm going to kill everything that's master level at level 5, which is what you could basically do in the original if you understood all the leveling system. Now, you're going to level whether you like it or not. Everything you do, even running around, swimming, jumping up and down, doing anything, sneaking, just whatever, it's going to level you. So now you need to balance that a little bit and understand what your majors are, what your minors are, what your favorites are, what your favorited attributes are, and that's what we're going to go ahead and decide right here. So that's kind of what we're getting at. That was kind of the entire point of even starting this character. Sword and board. The reason I'm doing this is you can still enchant a sword. You can enchant a shield too. It's not good for offense unless you're shield bashing, but whatever. But your weapon, your summons, and your spells are still apply here. Less so if you played hand to hand, which was kind of the next character I kind of wanted to do. But I think this is better. For like a Let's Play, the point being here is you can enchant your sword, enchant a particular spell once you get into the Arcane University, which is when you actually start building a character. You don't build a character in Oblivion until you're in the Arcane University, which is, coincidentally, mandatory, with basically every single quest line in the game. The Thieves Guild includes the Mages Guild. The main story includes the Mages Guild. The Dark Brotherhood? Maybe not. Dark Brotherhood and Fighters Guild, not so much. They cross over with other things, with other quest lines. But the really cool thing about this is all your quest lines are like a main story quest. Like the Mages Guild, the Fighters Guild, it's picture it like a hub. Here's your character. You have the Mages Guild, Fighters Guild, Dark Brotherhood, Assassins Guild. You got the Thieves Guild, and then you got the main story. And in this one, it's almost like a 5-pointed star. It's like everything's almost equal. The main story is no better than any of the other quest lines, and it actually involves a lot of those other quest lines. Like if you're in the Dark Brotherhood, you have to have the thieves and the beggars from the Thieves Guild. If you're in the main story, you have to have the Mages Guild. I'm trying to think if you have to have the Thieves Guild or not. Not sure. But anyway, so like a lot of things have crossover. Like the game it's like the perfect RPG example of synergy. And you don't really find that anywhere else, actually. You really actually don't. So anyway, so right here we're gonna decide where we're gonna be 20 levels from now, right now.
Joffrey, he said that? What?
This is kind of what this is about.
Nothing I ever heard about. But Joffrey would be the one to know. He's the Grand Master of my order. Although you may not think so to meet him, he lives quietly as a monk at Waynon Priory, near the city of Coral. First, you need to get out of here. Through that door must be the entrance to the sewers, past the locked gate. That's where we were heading. It's a secret way out of the Imperial City. Or it was supposed to be.
Or it was supposed to be secret.
You'll need this key.
Obviously not so secret.
Sewers.
Sewers?
There are rats and goblins down there. But from what I've seen of you, I'm guessing you're an experienced rogue. Am I right?
Oh, well, yeah, okay. I'm not going to take that as an insult. Although it puts you in combat first. I mean, I guess warrior is... Anybody else have a shield? No, I guess we're going to take that. Alright, so if you pick that now, that'll be the symbol of your class. Then you press Y, or if you're playing on PlayStation, I think it's triangle? Pretty sure it's triangle. Anyway, I haven't played PlayStation in forever because I don't have one. Anyway, All right, so what we want is all of our combat skills to be +5. Because there's going to be some combat skills that I'm going to use, and I want them to increase more rapidly, but I don't want to make them majors. Because I'm going to use them all the time, like Blade. But we're still going to take Block, which I'm going to use all the time as well. I want that to be able to level. So honestly, what we're trying to do here is pick majors that are going to level us faster, and that we're going to use all the time so they continually level us until the end of the game. So with Sword and Board, honestly, like Armor, Block, Alteration, Conjuration, Destruction, Illusion, Restoration. The only thing that it's probably not going to ever get to 100 is Alteration. Everything, if we keep playing and just play our play style, everything else is going to get to 100. That's good enough. I don't know, getting to 100 in everything optimally in however you're playing is probably going to level you too fast. In this case, what we're favoriting is this. But what we're going to major in is mostly magic stuff. Right? So then we go to attributes. What 2 attributes do we want more than anything else? Alright, so endurance and strength would be cool. We're definitely going to take endurance. You always take endurance. That's your hit points. And it stacks early. Meaning that the more endurance you have earlier, the more hit points you're going to have later. It's just the more damage you can take. That's it. That's all. Strength is... So we start... We're at 50 endurance and 50 strength. We could, like, totally maximize this. I don't think strength is... The only thing about strength right now is it plays with endurance for maximum health. If you want maximum hit points, you get both of these to 100 as soon as possible. So these would be at 55. That means we'd be at 100 at level 10. Assuming we didn't invest in anything else when we leveled. Now, the one difference... And this is kind of a Skyrim difference, but it still involves attributes, which makes Skyrim look like the piece of fucking non-RPG action game that it is here, you still have attributes when you level. But the cool thing is, you don't have to grind certain skills that apply to certain attributes to get a certain number of points when you level. In the remaster, you get 12 points regardless. If you train in strength, or you don't train in strength, you can still raise your strength by 5. And you can raise your endurance by 5. And then you got 2 points to spend on something else. Some second or third tertiary skill, whatever. There you go. You got 12 points to spend, or you could spend 4, 4, and 4. And you could just do that forever. That's not actually the worst idea, to be honest. I could do like... endurance, strength, and intelligence 5 times, and everything would jump up by 20. But I would like my endurance to be as high as possible. Let's see. So if I got 12 points, 5, that leaves 7. I could raise my... No, I'm just going to raise... Well, I could raise, let's see, 7. I could raise my intelligence by 4. My strength by 3, then I could do something like that, and then 4 and 3, and then 3 and 4, and 4 and 3, and I could do something like that. Anyway, our intelligence is way too low as it is, so this is just a +5 bonus to start with. I could like strong cap on strength and endurance and start them both at 55, but my intelligence is 30, so I think if I raise that by 5, that gives me 10 more mana. And that's not a huge difference, to be honest. If I already start with Atronak, I don't really have to do that. I've got 150 points. 10 more points isn't that huge of a deal. But then you don't want to spend the next 10 levels after level 10 trying to get your intelligence up to 100 where it's supposed to be. So this is like our lowest stat that actually matters. I think starting to work on that is cool. And then each time we level, we put 5, 5. And no, we probably put 5, 5, and 2. You know what? Actually, I think getting our strength to 100 and getting our endurance to 100 as soon as possible, that should probably be our end goal. Probably go 5. Let's see. This will bring this to 55. This will bring that to 55. And then I think 55. What's that? 9. Yeah, actually, I think we go 5, 5, and 2. 5, 5, and 2. Honestly, I don't think even 5 points in intelligence, just 10 magicka. Honestly, at some point, we're probably going to get something that fortifies magicka a whole lot more than that. That actually makes more sense. Might as well take the thing that you're strongest in and get it maxed out as soon as possible. And then this will be next. It'll be like 5, 5, 5, 5, and well, that's maximum fatigue. Okay, then after we get these things done, so we go like 5, 5, and 2, 9 times. That'll raise this by 18. And then we go 5, 5, and 2. Yeah, no shit. Actually, that's exactly what I think we're gonna do. All right, cool. All right, so we're just gonna max these out as soon as possible. These start at 50. We're getting these to 55. The only thing better than that is to take the warrior thing and make these 65. But the problem is your magicka is so low you can't actually cast anything that you need to cast to actually play the game on this difficulty. So, all right. As far as skills go, let's see. Armor, we're going to use that. That's cool. Block, we're going to use that. That's cool. And it starts really, really low with the Nord. And then we're not taking any of these. I don't need any of this. I really actually don't. It'd be nice to have sneak up there, but you can raise that like really, really easy. So you can train and sneak all you want for free. Let's see, armor, block. Let's see, alteration, conjuration, destruction, illusion, and restoration. And this is going to be the one thing we have to grind out. We're going to have to raise that, I don't know, 15, 20 times. But the cool thing is it doesn't level you much. Mysticism is like the lowest value of any skill, period. But we favorited combat, so these will level slower, but they're already majors, so they at least start at 25. So like this allows us to get a ghost, get weakness to frost. The only thing about weakness to magic is that it takes 50 destruction to get that. The cheapest spell is 50. So now you have to determine whether you want to go in early without weakness to magic, or you want to go in later with weakness to magic after you raise your destruction 25 fucking points to get that skill available to make enemies like twice as susceptible to what you're doing, but you're probably going to have to level twice just to get it. See, that's the thing, is the world scales around you. So if your skill is low, in order to get your skill where you want it to be, the world's going to keep leveling around you. If you have to level 4 times to get a particular skill that you want, the game just leveled one entire rank with you. So you just went from apprentice to journeyman. Well, what kind of enemies are there with journeyman? You got to think about that, because that's what you're going to have to fight. If they're all fire-based and using fire stuff, you're going to use twice as many resources to kill them. You can still kill them. If you make an enemy that's fire-based, weak to fire and weak to magic, you can still kill it. But you could kill it twice as fast if it was weak to fire. See what I'm saying? So, like, anyway, that's what you have to think about when you're getting your primary skills and so on and so forth. I'm starting a lot of things at 25 that start at 5 with my base class. The Nord doesn't get any magicka bonuses at all, except to restoration, I think. You get +5 to restoration. So this will probably start at 30. But outside of that, you get no bonuses. So you got to figure, what are you going to have to level up? How much is it going to level you while you're doing it? And the shit that you have to have, like a particular summons and certain poisons and certain potions to restore your magicka, because now I'm taking the Atronax sign with the goddamn Nord, meaning that I don't restore any magicka at all. I have to have potions for that, or fonts that actually restore magicka. So like that's something else to think about. Anyway, I don't need any of this, so I think we're good. All right, so we're gonna call this. Let's see, what do we call this? Sword and board. Do we call this a Bruce Willis class? Bruce Willis, get it? We're going to use a lot of summoning, right? It's kind of a lame ass. I don't know. I mean, that's actually pretty pure. All right, so this is, in my opinion, based on where you want to go, this is the best start. Based on what you have to have during the game to make the game playable. Although I really like that. I really like that. I do. But I mean, that's what we're doing. So, fuck it. So I've got 1, 2, 3. I got 5 magic schools that aren't favorited, but they're majors, so they'll level faster, and they get a +20 bonus. And every single thing except for maybe restoration that I picked starts at 5. So now it starts at 25 or 30. So it gets a huge buff, and we get everything that goes along with it. So with conjuration, we get a skelly, bro. We get a skeleton. We get a basic conjuration spell. Right? And we can immediately cast anything that's apprentice right now. So like that's a huge deal too.
I wasn't far off. In any case, rats and goblins won't give you any trouble. You must get the amulet to Joffrey. Take no chances, but proceed to Wayne Priory immediately. Got it? Good. The Emperor's trust was well placed. I'll stay here to guard the Emperor's body and make sure no one follows you. You'd better get moving. May Talos guide you. By the way, thanks for recovering my comrades' swords. I'll see that they are given a place of honor in the halls of the Blades.
He jacks your swords. He jacks your katana. hey, good luck through the sewers. And by the way, the most powerful weapon you have to fight for yourself, I'll just go ahead and take that. What a dick. Dude, this dude is no better than Joffrey, who's the Grandmaster of the Blades. And the best he can offer you is, I'm going to unlock this chest over here. Everything else is stealing. And the fate of the known world is on your shoulders. So I'm going to go ahead and sit back over here on my stool and sit on my pussy. And you can just go ahead and save the universe. Or not. I don't give a fuck. And I'm the Grandmaster of the Blades. That is literally Joffrey. Like, literally Joffrey. True story. Prove me wrong. So let's see. What do we got? Shocking touch. Cold touch. Shit. Soothing touch? Shit. Skelly, bro. Got Starlight. That's Illusion. Doesn't matter. Like, literally, to make any potion we actually need, we have to get our alchemy up to 25. But you know the cool thing, man? We're about to exit the sewers. And this sewer rat right here, we just literally killed, like, the last 3 generations of this rat's family. And he's like, why am I gonna fuck with you, man? Like, dude, you just killed, like, everybody I know, all my friends, all my family. I'm devastated. If you leave the sewers right now, I'm just gonna kill myself. So is it more pity to just kill the dude? Put him out of his misery because you just decimated his entire fucking every generation that stemmed from this guy? This is like the sewer rat of sewer rats. And he just doesn't want to fuck with you anymore. It's like, what do you do, man? Do you just go ahead and kill the guy and put him out of his misery because you've actually decimated his mother, father, cousins, brother, sister, nephews, nieces, children? You just killed all of them. And he's like, okay, man, I'm not going to fuck with you, man. Just, whatever. Just, I don't even care anymore. That's this rat. And I don't have the heart to kill him, but I think it would be more heartfelt to actually just put him out of his misery. But I can't do it, man. I can't do it. I probably should, but I can't. This is what's open later, when you go to kill Valen Dreth, you get the key to that sewer, and you get this door open. That lets you go kill the motherfucker that talks shit to you, saying you're gonna die and this and that and blah blah blah. Okay, so did anybody have a problem with the character name or the way the character looks, this and that, and blah blah blah? I mean, I think it's pretty cool. I think Estes, didn't you say some shit about like it should be J's instead of Y's? I mean, I guess we could change that right now. Is it a big deal or what? You know what? I'm gonna put J's instead of Y's anyway. Let's see. Shit. Fine, whatever. All right. Now, you know what? It just, it has to be right. It just has to be right. I like the way that my character looks, though. So I mean, like that's cool with me. The whole Nord preset is just. Holy shit, we're about to die. Wow. Dude, that didn't take long. That's fantastic. All right. It's all good. Like I said, if you don't have a summons, you're kind of fucked. But look at the beauty, man. And all the friggin' sun rays everywhere. And the perfect reflections on the water. And the water, the way it meets the ground. Dude, it has no, like, it doesn't have a hard line. It's like it's a perfect fade. Dude, I was an airbrush artist for a lot of years. And honestly, a perfect fade is a perfect fade. There's nothing more natural than a perfect fade. This is the difference between you and your summon. Oh, holy shit. Well, our summon should have actually killed that motherfucker with one shot, but it didn't. Anyway, whatever. And look, a light drizzle from an overcast sky. An overcast sky with a light drizzle. And the reflections of the light on the water and on the land, where it's just slightly damp, it's wet from the dew from the morning. Come on, bro. Like this is gangster shit. If you remember the original, this is extra. It's just extra. Seriously. Anyway. Alright, so let's get started with the game. What we're gonna do is we're just gonna go straight here. Still level 1, which is good.
How goes it, friend? Keeping the killers and cut persons at bay? And something of a false alarm earlier.
Hit all the... We're hitting all of this. All of it.
They always do. All right. Thieves and pilferers ain't gonna catch themselves.
Oh, wow. Nothing. Like, seriously, nothing. That's kind of crazy. That's unusual. That sucks. I love how your armor makes like a distinct sound. Like it's not stealthy at all. Take a lockpick. I don't need that. Nice. Nice. That's sweet. Let's see. What do we do, man? What time is it? 6 in the morning. Shit. I don't know. I'll be back. Let's see. 6 in the morning.
What's new with you?
They say syndicates of wizards have led a boycott of imperial goods in the land of the altar.
It seems Somerset Isle has become a much more dangerous place.
Take care.
Shit. I say we do this right now. We gotta get our alchemy up to 25. Like, period. Like, that needs to happen, so. For fatigue. Got a bunch of this. It's gonna level us up regardless. Like, there's nothing you can do about that, so. Cool thing is, we can get some money for this. And we can actually start this quest. We gotta get our alchemy up like 6 more times? Yeah. Actually, you know what? You know what? Never mind. I'm not doing that. I'm gonna go to, what's her face? Now, I believe in the remaster, you can't just, like, stay level 1 forever. If you level up, the world levels up around you. If you don't level up with it, I think it punishes you for that. And it should. It should. If you're gonna try like the pussy approach to the game, I'm playing on max difficulty as easy as possible. Well, you're a fucking bitch. Just either do it or don't. I'm gonna play on max difficulty. Then play it. Well, I'm going to play on max difficulty with a bunch of cheese and cheats and a bunch of exploits. Well, motherfucker, you're not playing on max difficulty. You're being a fucking pussy. Go die in a fire. And make the gaming world better because you're not in it. Seriously, bro. Bitch. Don't do that.
Feel free to browse, friend. It's nice to see a
It's
new
a game.
shopper.
Play it.
I was
If
afraid
you're too much
I'd
of a
lost
coward
any
to play
hope
the
of new
game,
business
you're probably
ever since
woke in
the
real
door near
life.
Opened up.
True story.
I think you might be
Let's go ahead and
just
get this
the kind
started.
of person we're looking for.
Just saying.
Perhaps you can assist us with a problem we're having here in the Market District.
Don't put something on a very hard difficulty and then try to make it as easy as possible with cheats and exploits and being a fucking bitch pussy. Bitch pussies have more nuts than you do at that point. It's a fucking video game. Put it on the max difficulty, figure out what it takes to play it without cheating and being a fucking pussy. Don't do that. Girls don't do that. Anyway.
I'm the chairperson for the Society of Concerned Merchants. We formed this group a while back to keep a
And
nice,
yes, there is
fair
such a thing as
economic
girls,
balance
by
in
the way.
town. Not every store
Just
is a
gonna
member,
throw that in
but
there.
we're slowly trying to convince them to join. Everything was fine until Thorinir opened his shop nearby. Selling all sorts of merchandise, he undercuts prices like you wouldn't believe. He doesn't always sell what we sell, but it is still a problem. People who buy tend to want to spend their money there. That leaves none for us. It's getting so bad, a few of us may have to close up shop.
You know what's
He
crazy?
outright
Is we've been
refuses to
going
join
on
the
almost
society
4
or
hours
even
since the
discuss
last
matter.
restart.
We are convinced he's up to no good.
Trying to make this good.
What we need is
The
for
camera
you to
hasn't
case
frozen
his
yet.
establishment and figure out where he gets his inventory.
That's pretty cool.
Find some proof of his wrongdoing and let us know. We cannot do it ourselves, as he recognizes all of us. The job pays a fair bounty in gold when he is brought to justice.
All right. All right. Now.
I offer the finest goods and the lowest prices in
Let's
all
see.
Cyrodiil.
Let's go ahead. See, I don't really want to level. So I'm not trying to exercise skills right now. Let's see. Let's at least get some value out of our stuff. I don't need that.
I can't make that deal.
God damn it. Yeah, I figured.
A good price for a good customer.
I'm not using a bow, right? So yeah, this is all gonna level us up. Okay. Shit. This is gonna level us up too.
That seems a fair price. An excellent.
Yep.
You drive a hard bargain. That's more than I would usually. That's a fair deal. That's a good deal. You drive. That's more. You got a great deal. That's more. That's more. A good price for a good customer.
That's one, right? Nice.
Another satisfied customer. Thanks again for your help. We had no other place.
So we got 800 gold. I think we have to go at least look at the poster, right? We have to go look at the poster to get into the Thieves Guild.
Afternoon.
That's what we're really trying to do.
Everybody needs a copy of the Black Horse Courier.
Maybe not, but presumed male and Colovian, height between 5 and 6 feet, normal weight, whatever that means, hair and eye color unknown. In other words, there's no detail. Please turn in the criminal that you could not recognize ever. like seriously, ever. You can't recognize this guy because there's no details, but please turn him in if you see the person that doesn't look like anybody. Alright, cool. I guess. Whatever. Let's see. Let's go ahead and do this. Nice. Alright, so we're definitely not using clothing in this particular playthrough.
It's you. Hi. Lucky. That was like super lucky. All right, so this is worth $2 grand. We're only going to be able to sell it for like 600. If we're going to do like hand to hand, I don't know that I actually use these.
Because if you fortify your hand-to-hand artificially, you don't get any benefits from any of the ranks of hand-to-hand. And then your hand-to-hand develops slower. So I don't see why you would actually do that, to be honest. Anyway. Now our blade is 25, even though we didn't make it a major. See what I'm saying? Like, that's an actual thing. Alright, can we use either of these? I would love to sleep right now. Alright, so we're going to go ahead and get some gold. Nice. It's 500 right there. So now we go down here. Hopefully it's like the right time of night. And then we can just go ahead and do this too. I just don't see like it being legit. You're a heavy armor sword and board in the Thieves Guild, but there's an orc in the Dark Brotherhood that says all that sneaking around just seems so weak. It just seems so weak.
Do I know you?
Nope. Not yet.
Say what you're going to say. I can't argue with that. I'm not... Don't make me laugh. You win. Was that supposed to be a compliment? That's a bit... You're full of it. I'm not buying... that's great. That's real. Blah, 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 I won't fight you. That's a bit excessive, don't you think? I can't argue with that. That's right. He is the king of thieves in Cyrodiil. You could think of him as our guild master, although he would deny that title. Everyone is here. Let's begin.
It's here.
Each
It's
of
all
you is
good.
seeking membership in the Thieves
You bribed
Guild.
me enough.
The Thieves
Let's
Guild
just
is not
get
enough.
on with it.
We are
You
followers of
bribed
the
me
Great
enough.
Fox, and
Let's
I am
just
his
do
joint.
this shit.
Merely by
And
finding
this is the order that
pass
I
the
do
first test.
the game in.
It's unusual for us to have three.
I mean,
potential
why not get
recruits
into
at
the
same
Thieves
time.
Guild right out
Rather
the
than
chute?
a normal test
Get
of
as much
skill,
money
I'm
as you
going to
can,
make this a
and then get in
contest.
here.
That's not fair.
Hopefully we have enough lockpicks
Method
to
you
do
know.
our shit.
However, for Amuse and the newcomer, let me state them clearly. Whoever brings me the
This would be
diary
my
of
Let's Play,
Hansel
and this is
without
exactly how
killing
I would do this.
will be invited into the guild.
Minus some of the rantings.
I'll have it before
I'd probably edit that shit out, but
Somewhere
whatever.
in the Imperial City, the beggars will help you locate
Well, maybe not.
for a price.
Maybe I would
I can
still
sell you
rant,
lockpicks
and
if you need them. One more thing.
I'm kind of proud of some
You
of my
cannot
rantings.
kill each
but
other during this trial.
I
We
probably
may be
shouldn't be.
thieves, but we're not murderers.
Maybe he lives in the Elven Gardens district.
Maybe he lives right here. Maybe he lives in the Imperial City Temple District. We just have to race Methridel, and then so she can call us thief. Fucking thief. Now I have to wait to enter the Thieves Guild. Oh wow. Okay. Thank God she runs. Well, I was about to say she runs slower than we do, but maybe she doesn't actually. The bitch is actually like literally trying to beat us. Seriously? Now she's disgusted, but goddamn, she was actually trying to kick her ass that time. She's like, oh, I'll get there first. No, actually, you won't. Watch.
Thief! You
Thief!
stole that diary from
You
me.
thief!
Now I have to wait.
I
to
can't
get into the
believe you
guild.
stole that diary from me, you thief. It's the Thieves Guild. Just saying, but alright, whatever. I love you too. I win. I win.
Yes, you might do. Congratulations! You have returned with the diary. You have earned
So now
the
we're in the
right
Thieves
to join
Guild.
the Thieves Guild. You
Right.
now owe your loyalty to our guildmaster, the Grey Fox. He has 3 rules you must follow.
Now the cool thing here is you can now use the fence in Bruma. And so I go to Bruma and use the fence or join the Mages Guild, whatever, one or the other, doesn't really matter.
First, never steal from another member of the guild. Second, never kill anyone on the job. This is not the Dark Brotherhood. Animals and monsters can be slain if necessary. Third, don't steal from the poor. The peasants and beggars are under the personal protection of the Grey Fox, particularly here on the waterfront.
Right. So if you ask this, what he tells you is you haven't fenced enough goods. So right now we're in the Thieves Guild. We just can't really do anything about it. So what we need to do is actually go level up, see where we're at. So now the cool thing is on the waterfront, you don't actually have to ever have a house in the game. You can always sleep here at the abandoned shack. I don't remember that being a thing in the original. It could have been. I'm not sure. It probably was. I just never noticed. Anyway. So let's go ahead and level up. So now we decide what we're actually gonna see our endurance. This is 100% Ace Boone Coon. The first thing you should do, your endurance, always, ever, just period. And you can think about your second and tertiary increases, whatever. I mean, you would think strength, but our strength is so high. Honestly, our intelligence is lacking, and we're wanting to spell cast. So every 5 points of intelligence adds 10 magicka to your magicka pool. You want to get this shit to 100 too. So I'm probably gonna go like this.
And then willpower, I'm not gonna lie. You want stamina. You actually want stamina. I think our strength is like extra right now. We're only level 2. We'll that'll be at 100 seconds, but I mean it determines the damage of your basic weapons. But the thing is, on master difficulty, your basic weapon damage doesn't really actually fucking matter. And your intelligence almost matters second, because if I raise my intelligence 70 points, it's only 140 magicka. That sounds like a lot, but it's not. Anyway, so I think I'm gonna just do like this. Actually, I'm gonna do like this. I'm actually gonna do like that. I want stamina. You want stamina.
Hail.
You want strength for damage, but your basic damage on a basic weapon doesn't really matter that much. Honestly, 50 points of strength probably only accounts for like 5 points of damage, which is only like 1 damage on master difficulty. Now, it may be like 2 damage on master difficulty. It's not that relevant. It doesn't matter that much. The stuff that you're actually using, that you're actually going to use, that's what matters. Anyway, this is a really good start. If you're playing Sword and Board, this is a really good start on what you're trying to do. So I don't think I can actually make this better on the remaster. I don't think I can make it better. Dude, look at the water drops. Look at the water drops from the rain. And then you look up at the sky, and it's not like there's no clouds. There's actually clouds in the sky. So the weather systems actually like super work in the game. And it actually adds more dynamics than the original game actually had. Nice. That's Debella. So now if you go into a chapel, the Debella shrine will actually bless you, along with the main, like, shrine, temple, whatever, you know, whatever you want to call it. So now we go to Bruma. Okay, so we have a choice. We can go up here into the Mages Guild and steal everything we can find, and then come sell it as stolen merchandise, or just go ahead and fence our shit. Then, honestly, you know what? Let's just go steal everything, because that's the best way to go, right? I guess. Whatever. Was that midnight? All right. Nice. Or let's steal everything. That's what I say. Let's literally steal everything. This is all stealing now, because we're not in the Mages Guild. Nice. You fucking kidding me? Piss off, bitch. Fucking piss off. Seriously. Piss the fuck off. Wow. That's just wow. Bitch is not even supposed to be here even 3 hours ago. But never mind. You know what? It's all good, man. It's all good, man. All right, whatever. Punk motherfucker. Seriously. We can't be kicked out of the Mages Guild because we're not actually in it yet. Bitch. Dude, that dude just came out of nowhere and just cock-blocked our gameplay. And it's just like, oh my god, I'm not even supposed to be out of bed because I'm a little bitch, but I'm just gonna go ahead and just come here and just
I'm listening.
watch you like a horse in Oblivion. And I'm gonna be a witness to your crimes. Fucking fuck
Greetings,
off!
son of Skyrim.
Fuck the fuck off!
Anvil is all in an uproar. First the
God
chapel.
damn it!
I see you are with the Grey Fox. Do you need a fence?
Yeah, I do. Yeah, seriously.
You got some hot property.
Well, I want some lockpicks, but, let's see. Let's see. That's 600. Everything's stolen.
A good price for a good customer. That's a fair deal. You got a great deal there. An excellent bargain. I think I can move this item for... You drive a hard but... I think I can move this item for you at that price. Got anything else? I can't make that deal, even for you. I can't make that deal, even for you. I can't make that deal,
It's
even
still
for
6, bitch. It's still 6. Fuck you. Fuck you, motherfucker. Wow.
I'm glad that's done.
Piece of shit.
I need a nap. Shadow hide you.
Nice. Sorry, man. Alright, let's just go join the Thieves Guild and then... You know what? No, actually... I'm gonna go ahead and call it a day right here, man. It's literally 6:30 in the morning, man. This is a little bit ridiculous. I can't throw myself off schedule that much, man. Alright, I'm going to go ahead and do this. And this is where we're going to start. So, we're going to get ourselves into the Thieves Guild. This is going to be like the next step. We just go through all the Thieves Guild stuff, and we try to keep our leveling to a minimum. At this point, if you get through the Thieves Guild and you can enchant, like, your primary weapon, you can get a summons, in this case, either a ghost, if we're going to go early, or a frost atronach if we're going to go late. And we want our frost atronach before we hit level 10. So like that's pretty much the balance. And you know, you got to go like get alchemy gear. You've got to get restore magicka stuff. That's skin grad. That's Leowin. Like there's a bunch of stuff involved. But the bottom line is, if you're gonna keep it balanced or keep ahead of the game, if you can, that's what you got to do. So that's what we're gonna do next time. I'm going to export this to YouTube for whatever that's worth, man. I mean, it's cool, man. If anybody wants to watch it, cool. This is how you start. If it seems a little bit longer and a little bit grindier than you thought it would be, well, it's not an action game. It's an RPG. And they imported a lot of Skyrim stuff into this, but this is what RPGs are. And if you don't like RPGs, well then, this isn't for you. And I would say at that point, just go back to Call of Duty or Mario Kart. And if this is for you, then be patient with it and get rewarded for your labors, right? So like that's a thing too. Anyway, so let me go ahead and close this out, and then I'm going to export this to YouTube and spend the next, I don't know, fucking 20 minutes doing that. And then, yeah, we'll get back after it today. Today is my day off. And then on Tuesday, I have to go into my new job, which is the same job I already have. And that's not weird at all, right? Anyway, whatever. Right, I'll see you guys then. And, hey, Estes, man, thanks for the support, man. You're just freaking awesome, dude. And, yeah, I mean, what else can I say? Anything else is just, yeah. Anyway, hope you get it. Prayers are with you, man. You'll be all right. You'll be better than better. I promise you that. Well, I don't promise you that. You'll be better than better. And then when it happens, well, it has nothing to do with me. That's right. Anyway, good night, guys. I will see you. I'll see you tomorrow, I guess. Shit. Or later tonight. Shit, it's already tomorrow. Good night. Good night, guys. I'm gonna get out of here. Adios.